Good morning, members. Welcome to the Planning Applications Committee meeting of Thursday, 12th of November 2020. It's gone 10:30. Tracy, can I have said and apologies, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We currently have 16 members present. We've got 2 members present in the chambers, being yourself, the Chairman, and Councillor McKee, and we've got 14 members present on Teams. I have no apologies, but not present at the start are Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Giusti, Councillor Martin and Councillor Sloan.
Thanks, Tracy, and I'm happy to accept
Chairman, Councillor Ferguson is in attendance.
That's Tracy. Okay, and I'm happy to agree that members are able to participate remotely, and please remember that this meeting will be recorded and made available for public listening. Members, declarations of interest. Councillor Dryborough and Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. Not so much a declaration of interest. Item number 11, Bill Hazelton. I was asked by objectors for policies and things like that. So my interest is such that I'm able to stay in the room, but it's just to make people aware that objectors have asked me for policies and that type of thing. The other one, Chair, is item 14, which I'm absolutely fuming about, is the proposed Sanker 2 wind farm site. And the issue there is that I have been fully supportive of the Star of Caledonia, and things that have been in the press this week has led me to suggest that I should withdraw from that application on 14.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dryborough. I have received a number of communications as well for a varying sites. I think it's right, and I'll remind members when it comes to issue 14 that we are determining the application on its merits, not in any voluntary contribution that might be made by the developer. That's not a material consideration for this planning committee, but thank you for raising that matter. Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. I totally agree with Councillor on that item. I've got concerns about it too. I don't think we should have been contacted, but that's another argument. I was going to declare an interest in item 12, but I noticed in the computer it's been withdrawn, so there are no other applications, Chair.
Thanks for that, Councillor McKee. If there are no other declarations of interest, just for information, members, I declared an interest when Sanker 1 came to the committee, the Planning Applications Committee, on the basis I had been involved in extensive consultation processes with the developer in relation to projects that would take place in my ward. However, in respect of Sanker 2, although I have listened to representation and received them and attended Sanker Community Council meetings when community benefit was discussed, I have never involved myself in the planning application process nor in discussions relating to the planning application itself. Therefore, I do intend to remain and with other members determine that particular application. I have Councillor Maitland and then Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Yes, I want to make a declaration of interest with respect to item, I think it's number 5, the one that is continued. Yeah. I've reviewed my position, Chairman, on the declaration of interest with respect to this item. I feel it could be construed that I have an interest in this outcome through my declared connection with a separate engineering business. So I shall therefore take no further part in this application.
Thanks for that, Councillor Maitland. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, on the back of Councillor Dryborough's comments, I too have been very supportive of Star of Caledonia, but if developers' contributions are not a planning consideration, I will sit in on the item. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gail. Are there any other members with a declaration? If not, I will move on then. Tracy, can you take members through the procedure for today, please?
Thanks, Chairman. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or any other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Application Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, and applicants or their agents. In line with the Coronavirus Scotland Act 2020, Schedule 6, Part 4, covering the exclusion of the public from meetings of local authorities, representatives were offered the option of joining the meeting remotely to deliver their presentation or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. A copy of the public speaking list is available from the committee officer taking notes of our proceedings and has been uploaded to the chat on Microsoft Teams. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application.
Thanks very much, Tracy. And members, we have a significant number of speakers, and one of the agenda items is a national or major application. So I will ask each group of speakers to be concise in their presentations today and stick strictly to the 3 minutes. We come to agenda item number 3, which is the minute of the meeting of the 26th of August 2020, pages 13 to 16. Members, are you content this is a true record? Thank you. We then have agenda item 4, the minute of meeting of 30 September 2020 for approval, page 17 to 22. Members content this is a true record? Thank you. In which case we move on to agenda item number 5. This is a Knockley Stedding Balmaclellan Castle Douglas planning application for erection of industrial building and change of use of agriculture building to form office, accommodation, store, which is retrospective, and it's a full application. We did conduct a site visit when some members were able to attend, and we have Judith Turnbull, our case officer, with us. So Judith, if you'd be very kind and just reintroduce the images again so that members can refresh their memories, and then we'll go straight into session. Thanks, Judith.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. If we look at the location plan, thank you. The application is about 400 metres southwest of Balmaclellan. It's located between the A712 and the B7075 public roads and encloses the neighbouring property of Knockley, which is adjacent to the junction of these two roads. Next one, please. Thanks. This shows the site more clearly in relation to the neighbouring property to the south. The developed part of the site is shown in grey, with the house and the outbuildings, the upside-down L shape to the left, and the other buildings to the right of the industrial premises. There's a burn running through the site, which has been culverted over and it enters the site on the north boundary and exits the culvert at the bottom of the grey area and runs down the boundary of the site. Next one, please. Thanks. This is floor plans. The building forms an acute L shape, enclosing the northwest and the eastern elevation, and internally there's a concrete yard. The bluish building, which isn't really shown as blue, the one with the most detail on the floor plan was an original hay barn, which is now an office building with a store, and the irregularly shaped building adjoining it is the welding shop, which is next to the original building, and the workshop next to that, the bigger building. The small one on the corner, the bottom corner of the workshop, is the compressor room. Next one. Thanks. These are the elevations. The north elevation, the top elevation is the north elevation. The Dutch barn is easy to see with the distinctive roof. The second elevation is along the boundary adjacent to the road, where a lot of excavation has taken place, which you'll see in the photos to come. The third one down is the south elevation, and the bottom one is the west elevation from the public road adjacent to the site. Thanks.
Sorry, start.
That's all right.
Your mic's still off.
Try again.
All right. Third time, sorry members. We've had a couple of members type up saying they cannot see the images full screen and it's causing great difficulty. We're lucky here, we have images projected onto the walls. I see a bit of advice from Tracy to say how that can be done. Can we just check the members have full screen before we progress? Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Young. Well, there's some full screen now.
Your full screen, Chair, but I can't get that because it's I pick up what Tracy's saying, but there are no three dots beside Julie Farish's profile on my Teams.
Well, can we try something else, Tracy, or we'll have to progress on the basis that members have a limited view of images? Apparently the three dots appear. Ian Blake has managed to achieve full screen with him. I see Gail McGregor has indicated that as well. The three dots, Ivor has also worked out how to do that. The three dots are apparently adjacent to your name, or at least they are on our screen. Henry McClellan's got it. John Young's okay. So clearly it's working for members. Andy, can you persevere?
Jim, what I'll do is I'll go out and come back in. Maybe that'll help it. Yeah.
Okay,
We'll
thanks
get by.
very
It's
much.
okay, don't worry. Yeah.
Thanks, Andy.
Don't
And
let me
Jeff
hold you
Lever
up.
has
Keep
it.
going. Yeah.
Just for 2 minutes, Judith, and then we'll go on. Sorry about that, Judith. So whilst Andy struggles away, we will, Judith, I think it might be helpful, and I'm sorry about this, but can you just start with the images again so that members can get it in full screen right from the beginning? Super.
Thanks. I'll quickly run through these again. This is a location plan. The site's 400 metres south of southwest of Balmaclellan, located between the A712 and the B7075, and encloses the neighbouring property of Knockley, which is adjacent to the junction. Thanks. This plan shows the site more clearly in relation to the neighbouring property. The developed part of the site is shown in grey, which is the dwelling house, the upside-down L-shaped building to the left, and the other building to the right is the industrial premises. There's a burn running through the site which enters a culvert on the north boundary, travels down under the buildings and exits the culvert at the bottom of the workshop and runs down the boundary. This is the floor plan. The buildings form an acute L shape enclosing the northwest and eastern side of a concrete yard. The original hay barn is shown with the most detail in the floor plan. It's in the original building. The adjoining that is the welding shop, and then the workshop is the bigger building on the right-hand side, and the compressor room is attached to that in the bottom corner. Next one. Thanks. These are the elevations. The north elevation is the top one running along the north boundary, and the Dutch barn you can see with the distinctive roof. Second elevation is along the boundary adjacent to the road. And the third one is on the south elevation, and the bottom one is the west elevation from the public road and the access. Next one. Thanks. This is access and parking. The access is from the B7075 public road, which is shown on the left, and there are 19 parking spacings shown on this drawing. Next one. Moving on to the photographs, this is the entrance to the site from the B7075 with a small area of the parking shown. Next one. Thanks. This is a view towards the site entrance from the south on the same road from the other direction, and you can see the dwelling house and the parking area. Thanks. The premises viewed from the turning area. This is the end of the office in the photograph, and in the distance on the right-hand side you can see the workshop. Next. Thanks. This is panning right from the previous slide. You can see the workshop and the compressor room attached with the roof extending down over it from the workshop. This is the elevation of the old hay barn, which is now the site office and store. Next one. And this is a view along part of the northern boundary looking towards the B7075. And if we go on to the next one, it's looking the other way along that boundary with the welding shop, the closest part, and the workshop with the gable end adjoining. The dip in the boundary wall, which is better on that one, is where the burn enters the site and the culvert. Next. It's the burn entry on the northern boundary, so the southern boundary. Oh, no, it's northern boundary, sorry. This is along the eastern boundary where you've got the quite significant excavation taking place adjacent to the A712. And this is where the burn exit comes down on the southern boundary. The top image is looking south down the burn, and the other one's looking along it, and the burn comes out where the cluster of stones are. Next one. This is a view northwest towards the site from the A712 verge, showing the end of the domestic house and the hay barn behind it. Next one. And this is west over the site from further up the verge. The workshop's in the immediate foreground, the welding shop behind it, and the old hay barn and dwelling house at the far side. Next one. And this is the entrance on the B7075 to the neighbouring property, Knockley. And that concludes the presentation. And in conclusion, the application is recommended for refusal for the reasons detailed in the report.
Thank you very much, Judith. Okay, members, we're now in session. Are there any speakers? Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks, Judith, for that presentation. It just gives a reminder. Thanks, members, also for allowing the site visit. I think it was important that we had that. And thanks both the applicant and the neighbouring residents objectors for giving us the chance to talk to them and discuss the wider, I suppose, issues around about this particular site. Chairman, I'm just working out. I've been in the construction civil engineering industry for 36 years now, since I left school, and I've never seen really anything in this size and scale that's kind of looked at bending the rules to this extent. So I'll go through some of the I suppose the things that I've seen in regards to this. I think it is important that we certainly consider this in its fullest terms. So we've got a number of environmental issues that have been raised here, and we can see them within the report, from flooding to sound suppression, to the potential impact of the lighting and potential that light pollution that can cause, to a number of other aspects, about the roller doors, the noise, the flooding as well. So on the side, it certainly can't get through the pictures, Chairman. I couldn't, but on the side, you could see the extent where there is legitimate risks here when it comes to flooding. We look at the ditch runs right through the building. Certainly, to me, the build looks of high quality build. Even potentially the culvert looks over engineered. It's of a size and scale that's probably fit for purpose at this moment in time, and it would accommodate there. But there's a lot of questions out there as far as the extent of these works. Should they be allowed? I can understand exactly why it's up for refusal. I can see that, but I'm maybe being a bit negative in regards to this, and members may wonder where I'm going. But I think we have to be absolutely clear. This was quite shocking for me when I first seen it. But putting that aside and looking at this, I think from a realistic point of view, the likelihood is that I'll support a recommendation for approval when it goes forward with this for a number of reasons outlined previously, historically, and permissions granted nearby. But so we do have a site, we do have an engineering site. We asked the question, how many employees are employed here? 15 employees, plus the applicant himself. He's got his family, lives in site. But we're not a planning authority, as a council as a planning authority. It allows just sporadic development on this size and scale that has an impact, a negative impact on existing neighbours. So, Chairman, just to start the way, I am up for seeing an approval in this, but I think we have to be absolutely clear in regards to we have to put some strong conditions in here that protects all parties now and in the future relevant to the local area. Chairman, I thought just to start the debate, I will support this to move forward as an approval, but I think we have to be serious in regards to the conditions and how we apply them. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Carruthers. Are you proposing that we make a recommendation contrary to officer's recommendation to approve this?
I am, Chair, and after listening to some debate, I'll come back with wording. I've got wording set aside that I look to use for this, Chairman.
Thanks for that, Councillor Carruthers. I have Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. I would like to echo the sense made by Councillor Carruthers earlier today. I would like to just point out that, from my point of view, LDP2 and policy ED2 presumes in favour of the expansion of new businesses, as I do too, but not without prior consent and nor at the expense of neighbouring properties and communities. Sorry, I see my screen is not up properly. There we go. Sorry. What I would like to recommend, if indeed this is approved today, that I would like to put some strongly worded conditions onto the planning application, if that is possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Pauline. And therefore you are seconding the proposal being brought forward by Councillor Carruthers. Is that correct?
I would second the proposal, but I would like to hear the debate from other members, first of all, if that's possible, Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. I just, there might not be a debate. That's why I'm just clarifying with you, Pauline, but that's fine. Are there any other members that looking to speak on this particular matter or this application? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Judith, for that comprehensive report. I'm of a similar mind to Councillor Carruthers and Councillor Drysdale, but the big restriction would be the operating hours. At present, the hours of operation in the report are from 7 in the morning till 11 at night. I would want to limit that to, say, 8:30 to 6. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Young. The only thing I will say to members is strongly worded conditions, limiting time. We should only apply conditions that we can reasonably enforce. And how we would enforce somebody stopping work at 7 o'clock at night or whatever other conditions there might be will be a challenge for our members. So the only thing I'm saying to you is, if you are intending to approve this and apply conditions, they must first of all be reasonable, but secondly, we must be able to enforce them. There's no point in putting conditions on that we cannot possibly enforce. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm of a very similar view to Councillor Carruthers, although I do think there is a place for a restriction of operating hours. The applicant himself said that his hours of there's normal hours of business is 8 AM till 6 PM, although on the odd chance of an emergency in a nearby field, that was his words, that he may work on a bit later at night himself. So it's not that the business itself would be operating. I think we still could restrict it, but 8 AM seems reasonable, and maybe up to about 7 PM or 8 PM at night. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. I was present when the applicant made that statement. What he said was he reacted to emergencies. So goodness knows how many emergencies there might occur in a year and how we would manage that. If we place a restriction, it shouldn't matter whether it's an emergency or part of the everyday working practices. If it shouldn't be operating beyond 8 o'clock at night or whatever time members set, then it shouldn't be operating. And how we enforce that is a challenge that we will have to face. But anyway, thank you, Councillor Blake, for your contribution. Are there any other members looking to speak? It would seem that Councillor Carruthers wants to come back, as does Councillor Drysdale. I'll wait and see if there are any other speakers. If not, then we will try and establish whether or no you will be able to bring forward a competent motion. I don't see any other members looking to speak. So, Councillor Carruthers, can you come up with
Chair,
that?
sorry. Oh, sorry, Chair. You're going to let Councillor Carruthers come in first and then myself.
Yeah, Pauline, that's fine.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, there's been recent historic decisions made in a local area, and that'll be the premise really of what I'm proposing. So, I would move that we do approve it on the basis that the nature of the proposed business is engineering, which is no longer compatible with settlement within settlement areas. There is no viable alternatives, as the proposal is not close to any suitable designated sites in the local development plan for such developments. The proposal will provide sustainable economic development and reduce carbon emissions by being closer to the local businesses in that area. It will also create sustainable employment in that area. I think there is probably something that has to be addressed through the local development plan, Chairman, to put that into context, that in an area like this, very, very rural, to try and get a business to be established in next to service the very local rural area. You know what that's like, Chairman, from where you actually live yourself, running it from a main centre like Sir Castle Douglas, Newton Stewart, Dumfries, wherever it may be. So that's something maybe that needs to be tweaked, but that's the basis of what I'm proposing on. But going back to the conditions, I did go online and read the environmental state letter, the letter from the Environmental Health, and it was quite clear in regards to what it felt was appropriate in regards to operational hours. Chairman, you've touched on that. It felt that 8 o'clock to 5 was appropriate, with a half an hour either side of that. So from half, so able for employees to come up, set up, prepare, and be able to start work at 8, then finish work at 5, and they can then wash up and all the rest of it and drive away, and that's off-site by 5:30. I thought that was appropriate, and I wondered maybe when I finish this, maybe Mr. City would have a chance to reflect on what I'm saying in regards to conditions. I think in regards to the flooding, a number of members brought up, so we looked at the entrance of the culvert where it comes into the building. It may well be over-engineered, you could argue, but say 20 or 30 years now, this business could well be expanded to the point where it's beyond this site and somebody else is living in there. So we need to look at the level of maintenance. The door that's there, should it be a door that's sealed, watertight? So if for some reason an obstruction of that, the entrance of that culvert, and it overflowed, then it wouldn't have the chance to enter the building. So again, when it comes back to it, maybe Mr. City could advise in regards to that. Light pollution, I think, should be, again, comes back to environmental standards, noise suppression. So when it comes to the roller shutter doors in particular, I think that was mentioned. I think that's the kind of, it went beyond it. There was some things there about roads, but I think, again, maybe Mr. City could advise us that. So, Chairman, I would move it on those bases as I've outlined, but I do think it's important that in regards to the conditions here, we get these rights, because this is a plan, it's long term. This will still be here when we're all gone. We need to make sure that we're making the right decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ian. I will get David or Judith to try and condense what you've said into some form of conditions in case that's what members choose to do. You do know that we all know that this applicant had a permission granted to install or build this site, this unit elsewhere. But I have Pauline Drysdale and then Ian Blake to speak in that order, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important at this stage in the meeting for me to present the conditions that I think would be applicable to this retrospective planning permission, if that is okay, Chair. I would strongly suggest that SEPA undertakes the necessary action if authorised engineering work has been undertaken, if unauthorised work, pardon me. The increased flooding to the next door property alongside excess silt and stone is unacceptable. Again, I echo Councillor Carruthers' thoughts on business operating hours. Quite frankly, I believe they should be from 7. They were from 7 till 2300, and they must be reduced from 8 to 5 p.m. as in the report, with half an hour either side for employees to leave and arrive, or arrive and leave rather. Roller doors, I believe, should be kept closed, or alternative doors should be installed to stop the noise levels interrupting the neighbours. A closed boarded wooden fence must be constructed, again for noise reduction and privacy. Lighting reduction must be dark skies compliant. After all, we live in the dark sky park. Further research on vibration, odour, fumes and emissions ought to be carried out. And finally, the implementation of a full planting scheme should be included. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee, for listening to my points.
Thanks, Pauline. You realise, of course, if you're doing further research, you can't grant permission until that's done, because that would be counterproductive, and we are not in a position to add what we describe as unreasonable conditions onto any approval if granted. I've got Councillor Blake to come back.
Sorry, Chairman, I did lower my hand. Thanks.
Many thanks, Councillor Blake. I have Andrew Giusti with us now. Andrew?
Chair, I'm happy to second Councillor Carruthers as is.
You're too late. Pauline did that a while ago. You're maybe not present at that time, but it's already done. It's a motion by Councillor Carruthers. Once we get governance and Mr. Sutty and Judith to come up with a number of conditions that are reasonable, enforceable and appropriate. And I'm just looking to see if there are any other members looking to speak at this time. Councillor McKee.
The big issue, obviously in the papers it says that operating hours between 0800 and 1700, and it is obviously not been operating to that. It's the roller shutter doors that make all the noise. Can we put a condition in that these doors are changed to something more suitable? Because it's them that picked the site, not us. And if they're going to use noisy doors that's causing a problem, then they need to be changed. Can we make that an enforcement?
Or we could introduce noise abatement, but what I said to members, including yourself, Councillor McGee, it has to be reasonable. All roller doors are normally made of metal and they create a degree of noise, so it has to be reasonable, any condition that we apply. But once governance, David and Judith have come up with what they think might be appropriate for an approval, we'll have a discussion and see where we go from there. I've got Councillor Hissop looking to speak.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question for maybe David or Judith to when they do their sort of roundup. Can you limit the time to the workers being there? If Mr. Butch was doing an emergency repair, is that hobby or is that counted as work as well, depending on how you look at it? Or if he was to make something for himself in the evening, you know, it's down to this reasonableness question.
Thanks, Ivor. I'm sure either David or Judith will address that when we get the recommendations sort of condensed into a shorter version than Councillor Carruthers gave us, and then we can consider where we go from there. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Another question probably for Judith is one of the photographs was the eastern boundary, you know, where they cut into the hillside. The question I'd like to ask is the runoff from that particular steep slope. It looks as if it goes into the back of the building there, but then it would probably run towards the front of the building. I also noticed on another previous slide that there was a soakaway. I mean, does this runoff just run into the field behind the building, or does it go into the soakaway?
Only if Judith can help, because it may well be just soakaway all around the building. But Judith?
Thanks. I'm not sure. We haven't got any drainage, so I'm afraid I don't know exactly where the drainage runs. As far as under the buildings are concerned, though, generally you know there will be a bit of hardcore in there anyway, and I would imagine it would end up in the barn or the culvert, like running down the side of the culvert, because it can't actually get in the barn.
Thanks, Judith. Thanks, John. David, can you condense into a form of words what's being asked of us as a committee by Councillor Carruthers so that we can consider whether this is an appropriate approach or not?
Thank you, Chair. Starting with the grounds which Councillor Carruthers gave, that was obviously very close to the words that you'll see on pages 25 and 26, which was the grounds that the local review body used. So I'm satisfied that that's competent grounds to take forward. In terms of conditions, let's start with the easy ones. There are fairly standard conditions I think would be appropriate for landscaping scheme and the requirements of roads officers in terms of the turning areas, parking areas to be formed and laid out in accordance with approved drawings. In terms of the actual access junction, Judith can maybe remind me, but I thought the junction seemed to have been formed properly with the road. I don't know if that was actually necessary.
Yes, the junction has been formed, but when I was writing the report, it wasn't. It's been a bit of an ongoing process.
David, before you go on, Ken Druitt is with us, not for this particular agenda item, but if you need advice from roads, they're with us today. Ken, are you with us?
I am indeed, yes.
Can you just maybe help David or Judith with the inquiry about the formation of the roads access, please?
I think from a roads perspective, the access probably wouldn't be what we would have originally looked for, but I don't foresee any road safety issues arising from its current arrangement.
That's sound, Ken. Thank you for that, and thank you for joining us for that particular element. David?
So I think that really just is the turning and the parking provision. In terms of the other environmental issues, just to deal with Councillor Drysdale's issue about SEPA, we obviously cannot attach conditions requiring a third party to do something. So we can't have a condition that requires SEPA to do anything. They have their own legislation which they can deal with as they see fit. So we can't deal with that. Then environmental issues, I would suggest really what you're talking about is the need for an hours of operation condition. I think we've heard varying hours, but I think something along the lines of 8 to 5, Monday to Friday, unless otherwise agreed in advance. So if, for example, the applicant was aware there was going to be a specific short-term need to work out with that, then that could be agreed without necessarily breaching anything. Councillor Hislop's query about emergency use, I would have to think how we could do that. Initial reaction is that you could have something along the lines that no employees shall be on site, and that because the applicant actually lives next door, that would exclude them, so external employees. But we'd have to work on that, but I certainly could give that some thought. I do have some concerns about, because it is a remote rural area, it's the enforceability of these conditions, and I think it has the potential to become an ongoing sore and problem for our planning enforcement team about the hours of operation. But if that's what members want, then it is a competent condition. It's just how enforceable it is that I do have concerns about, as I would about keeping the doors shut during operations. We can attach it and we can see where that goes, but I would just have to flag up that I do have some concerns about that. I think as well it would be appropriate to have a condition about a bund and an acoustic fence, and details to be submitted of that. I think that is quite important for the protection of the amenity of the neighbours there. And also about external lighting, that's a point well made, and we would certainly want something about that. I would suggest to members that this is unusual. I'm going back to an appeal I dealt with many years ago for a retrospective planning application, and had concerns about whether or not suspensive conditions would be complied with. And the reporter came up with a way of addressing that, which was that he worded it in the way that said, the planning permission hereby granted shall expire after a period of, say, 3 months, unless the schemes have been submitted. Because I have concerns, given the way in which this development has taken place, that conditions may just get forgotten about. And I would want to use that unusual but competent wording in this instance, just to make sure that these things do come in, or, as I say, the permission then lapses.
And as I was going to say, if we were to attach such a condition and conditions were not met within a period of time, would that then immediately revert to a refusal or a resubmission or revisit to this committee?
Non-compliance effectively would mean that that planning use would cease, and therefore it was entirely unauthorised.
Thanks for that, David. And then, of course, we've got the noise abatement about the rolling door, and a suggestion that maybe other materials or styles could be used. Would that be reasonable, or would that simply tie in with the noise abatement condition?
Yeah, the sort of wording that we would normally use for noise emissions is in line with one that we use for wind farms, really, about if there is a noise emissions rising from the operations, then assessment has to be made and details submitted to environmental health. We look into that. It's a similar sort of thing that I think would be appropriate there. Sorry, I did forget to mention about the flood door. Councillor Carruthers had raised that. Yes, I think we could come up with something on those grounds as well.
And I take it, can we then delegate to officers if we are intending to approve this, or would it need to come back to members for their approval, given that it would be some detail that would be in the conditions and requirements?
To be honest, they are quite technical operational conditions that we'd be coming up with here. If members really want, then we could either refer it to the next committee meeting for final sign-off, or you could delegate it to officers just to do that, which is the normal way, or if members wished, I could circulate round draft wording to the committee members individually and collectively, if you see what I mean, as a single email, which members could then agree without having to bring it back to a meeting. But normally conditions are an operational matter delegated to officers.
I wouldn't be keen. I can just see a circus getting up if we all started doing different observations on what your proposal was. No, I think delegated to officers would be the way I would want to go. However, it would appear that members are keen to approve this application contrary to officer recommendation. So I'll come to Councillor Carruthers, and we've got Councillor, we have a long agenda, so please be brief. Are you content to delegate this to officers, or do you want to see it back to the next meeting?
No, I would suggest, same as you, Chair, this is, because of the complicated nature of these particular conditions, I'll just adjourn. Because of the complicated set of conditions and how it is, I'd be more confident left in the hands of Mr. City and his team. The only thing I've got in regards to a comment is that the 3 months, I agree with the expiry, but I don't think maybe that should be extended to 6. If this is a complicated level of detail, technical detail, has to come back. I don't know if 3 months is a bit tight for that. It may not be, but I do believe that, okay, if these technical details and through the conditions haven't been submitted within a matter of course, then the permission should expire. I do agree with that as well, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. Mr. Sutty has indicated by nodding his head that 6 months would be acceptable, so that's fine. Councillor Drysdale, you have 1 point to make.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, for letting me back in. Thank you, David, for your surmising of the potential conditions and the knock-on possible effects of non-compliance. My final point would be, may I ask that the Planning Department communicate with SEPA, I'm sure you will, but just I would like confirmation of that, to ensure that the amount of stone and silt is not going to permeate the next door property. I've had a case in Kirkcudbright of this causing a huge amount of problems, and I don't want it happening again. So that confirmation of that would be I'd be very grateful for. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Pauline. I was going to wind this up, but Councillor Blake wants to speak. Councillor Blake.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I was actually before Councillor Drysdale, but that doesn't matter. It's very briefly on as far as the roller doors and leaving doors closed during working hours. I think that would be I'd really guard against that. I think that'd be impractical. Every time they wanted to move a piece of plant in or out a workshop, the doors would be open, closed. I think that would give more of a problem than they would do if they were just left open. So I would guard against that one.
And again, thanks, Ian. David Sutty is nodding his agreement with your views, and probably it's simpler, much simpler, to allow a business person to conduct their business in the way they see fit, and only intervention from us if it causes nuisance or other disturbance out with their premises. So I'd be quite content with that. So members seem to be content to approve this application contrary to officers' recommendation, to delegate to officers to introduce conditions and share that with the applicant, and to place a condition that if they are not complied with within a 6 months window or period of time, that it will be a deemed refusal and all works will cease on that site. If there are no dissenters, I will ask Tracy to confirm the decision of this committee, and it's a unanimous decision to support this proposal put forward by Councillor Carruthers and Drysdale. I don't see any dissenters and I don't see any alternative proposals. So Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members are agreeing to approve the application on the grounds that the nature of the proposed business is engineering, which is no longer compatible with the settlement areas. There is no viable alternative, as the proposal is not close to any suitable designated sites within the local development plan for such developments. The proposal will provide sustainable economic development and reduce carbon emissions by being closed top local businesses and sustaining employment. And the conditions that I have noted are standard conditions for landscaping, the roads, parking and turning provisions, The hours of operation will be 8 AM till 5 PM Monday to Friday unless otherwise agreed in advance. There will be a condition related to no external employees being on the site out with the operation hours. Bund and acoustic fence, which details should be submitted and agreed by planning. There will be external lighting in relation to dark skies, and there will be conditions around the noise emissions and the flood door, and that all planning permissions shall lapse unless details are submitted within 6 months to the planning authority.
Thanks very much, Tracy, and just record that this has been delegated to officers to deal with. Thank you, members. That is determined agenda item number 5. We now come to agenda item number 6. It is an application for the erection of 11 dwelling houses, 1 staff base, formation of parking areas, landscaping and associated works at Lincluden Parish Church, Margaret Walk, Dumfries. There's a full application, reference number 20/0732/full. The recommendation is approved, subject to a successful completion of a Section 69 legal agreement in respect of a commuted payment for open space provision within 6 months of the date of decision or any extended time scale as agreed by the appointed officer, and B, conditions. Our case officer, Judith Turnbull, again. So, Judith, if you'd take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just before I start the presentation, there are a couple of corrections. These are on page 51. The first one is on condition 6. The first line of that condition says that none of the dwelling houses hereby granted planning permission shall not be occupied. That should not have the not in it. So it should read that none of the dwelling houses hereby granted planning permission shall be occupied. And the other one is the condition 8, where it says the same thing. So that should also say none of the dwelling houses hereby granted planning permission shall be occupied. Okay, so moving on to the slides. This is the location plan. The site's within an established residential area in Lincluden and is bounded by Elizabeth Walk on the southwest, Margaret Walk on the northeast, and Stewartry Road to the northwest. The site contains an existing church building which is no longer used, and to the south east of the site there's an open area of grassland bounding that side. Move on. This is existing site plan, which shows the church to be demolished and the trees, existing trees around it, mainly on the northwest side. Next, this is the existing elevations, church elevations. The church is quite a substantial building with a shallow sloping metal clad roof and external walls of dry dash render and sandstone. Moving on. This is the proposed site plan showing the arrangement. The dwelling houses would be arranged in 5 semi-detached blocks with a single detached unit and the detached staff base. There are 3 types of dwelling houses, A, B and C, and type B is the staff base. Dwelling houses type A are shown in blue on the plan and include a single unit at the bottom of the site and a unit attached to a type B on the left of the drawing. The type Bs are shown in darker pink and include 2 semi-detached blocks and the unit attached to the type A. 2 semi-detached type Cs are shown in orange, and the staff base type D is next to the combined A and B unit and is shown in a pinky purple, although I don't think the colours are that great, the distinguishing between the pinks and the purples. Each dwelling house and the staff base would have 2 dedicated parking spaces, and additional spaces would be provided in the southern corner of the site. That's an additional 2 parking spaces. The site contains quite a few trees, as you'll see more clearly in the photographs. 2 of the trees are to be retained, and these are marked on this drawing. They include the oak tree at the bottom of the site, which has got a large canopy. It's a very mature oak tree, and a mature cherry tree in the northwest corner of the site with the smaller canopy. The other trees shown on are shown as regular circles, and they're proposed trees. Next one. All of the houses and the staff base are single storey. This is the type A with the semi-detached unit shown as well as the detached unit. The proposed finishes to dwelling houses would be dark grey ternate composite slates to the roof and Edgemore light facing bricks to external walls with Edgemore dark facing bricks to feature panels. These are shown in the bottom of the slide, and replication is better in that one. The proposed windows would be grey, UPVC, and the doors would have a black paint finish. Alternative window arrangements are proposed for lounge windows for dwelling houses on corner plots, which include type Bs as well as type As, and that would give a window on the gable end where it's facing a corner. Moving on. Thanks. This is a type B. It's very similar to the type A, but a slightly larger house at 69 square metres. The type A is 65 square metres. Move on. This is a type C, is a wheelchair unit, and is substantially larger with a floor area of 8 to 8 square metres. Next one. This is type D. This is a staff base which would contain office accommodation as well as overnight facilities. The finishes to the external walls are in contrast to the houses with the light facing bricks to the feature panels and the dark facing bricks for the rest of the external wall area. Next one. This is a drainage layout. I've included this just to show the infiltration drain, which would deal with the surface water in the centre of the site, because Scottish Water have not got the capacity to take this. Next one. This is a boundary treatment plan. Proposed fencing includes 1.8 metre high close boarded timber fencing, which would screen off rear gardens and open boundaries on the site, and it's shown in yellow. Small chip fences would separate front gardens, and that's shown in the blue on the drawing. The rear gardens would be enclosed with 1.1 metre high close boarded timber fences, marked in purple on the plan. And the intention is to retain a curved sandstone feature wall at the western corner of the site, shown on the drawing. It's just up in the top corner, you can see that, the left-hand side. Moving on. Proposed landscaping includes flowering cherry trees next to the retained cherry tree in the western corner, and some cherry trees to front and rear gardens. In the rear of the dwelling houses, there are borders which would be planted with shrubs and grasses, including roses and lavenders, and 3 rowan trees are proposed along the southern boundary. This is moving on to street elevations. The top one is the proposed elevation to Elizabeth Walk. The combined type A and B is in the middle with the staff base to the right-hand side. The middle one is the elevation to Margaret Walk, and the bottom one is the elevation to Stewartry Road. Moving on. This is on approach from Stewartry Road and coming from the shops and from McDonald's, and it shows the extent of the tree cover, and that's where one of the cherry trees would be retained, and the sandstone feature wall, which is also proposed to be retained. Next one. This is a view of a site from the north. This is taken from Stewartry Road as well, but further along, and gives a view down into the church. Next one. This is taken from the south, looking over the open land, and you can see the end of the church there as well, and the oak tree to the left-hand side, which is to be retained. Right. This is looking over the northern corner of the site from Margaret Walk towards Stewartry Road and the side of the church. Next one. This is from Elizabeth Walk on the other side from the previous photograph, but also looking towards Stewartry Road. The next one. This is various views of the church building, which is to be demolished. And the last one is showing a mix of the buildings in close proximity to the site, which includes single-storey, two-storey, terraced and semi-detached dwelling houses. And there are flatted units to the west of the site, which are shown on the photograph in the bottom left. And that concludes the presentation. And in conclusion, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions as listed and as corrected, and completion of a legal agreement for the provision of open space. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Okay, members, we have questions for the case officer. Are there any questions at this stage for Judith? Councillor McKee.
What do you consider, or what proposals do you have for the existing pavements? My suggestion would be that they are removed and moved in towards the site, because the roads, Elizabeth Walk and Margaret Walk especially, are quite narrow. So if people were visiting and parked on the street, they'd be causing an issue. Stewartry Road is an issue as well, because that's a busy road as well, and I think parking on there would be difficult. So my suggestion, well, what I'd like to ask you is, would you like to move the pavements towards the site, and so widening the road, and maybe even constructing lay-bys, because people, if they're going to park in there, they either reverse into the site or they reverse out. And if the road's narrow, it's going to cause problems, I would suggest. So I was wondering if you've had a look at a road widening, especially to accommodate the traffic movements from the houses back on the road and into the houses.
Judith, we've no comments from the roads officer. I don't know whether that's something we could introduce as a condition, but we can come back and ask you that in session, because it's only about the development questions and now I know about how we might address roads issues. But we'll come back to Councillor McKee. I have Councillor Maitland and then Councillor McClelland. It's questions for the case officer at this time. So, Jane.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I possibly ask you, Judith, we're about to get a change in our treatment of waste, and it's not absolutely obvious where 3 bins for each property will go. Can you assist me with that, please?
Judith?
I couldn't say at this moment. No, I don't know where the bins would go, I'm afraid, unfortunately.
Okay, Jane, we'll come back to that as well. Councillor McClelland? Or maybe it's Councillor Maitland twice that I saw. Henry, if you're not asked to speak, that's fine. If Councillor McComb looking to come in. Jim McComb?
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at condition 5 with regard to maintenance of trees and shrubs. My question is, what happens once the 10-year period has elapsed? Who takes responsibility for maintenance?
Judith?
The condition for the 10 years is really to get the trees established as part of the landscaping scheme. It's not really designed to be a maintaining condition as such. It's more to, we have the choice of putting on a condition for the lifetime of the development or for 10 years. And in this instance, I've proposed it for 10 years, but that can be changed if members want, or alternatively, they introduce the maintenance element.
And we'll come back to that too, Jim, when we're determining this application if we choose to approve it. Councillor Young.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. I note that there's parking for 2 cars at each of the proposed housing. As we're moving to electrical vehicles, would a possible condition be that electrical ducting to allow external vehicle charging is part of the recommendations for each property? Thank you.
That's in one of the conditions, John. It's already written in. There's no equipment, but ducting is a requirement, and that's one of the conditions that Judith's introduced into the report. So it's in there, John, anyway.
Right. Full apologies, Chair. Thanks.
No bother, John. Thank you. So if there are no other questions for Case Officer, we will go to the first of our registered speakers, and then we'll address the 3 issues that have been raised by Councillor McKee, Councillor Maitland and Councillor McComb when we go into session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a long day in prospect, and I'd be very grateful if you'd stick strictly to the allotted time. We have 3 speakers for the first item, a statement from John Howell, which Tracy will read out, and then we have Laura Moody, and then Ewan Clark and Andrew Clark, the applicant and agent. So, John Howell's statement first, please, Tracy.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, statement from John Howell. 9 objections have been made which raise a large number of points regarding this proposal's shortcomings. The comments were made with the desire to achieve a better development than is proposed and thus better help to achieve the LDP vision. Unfortunately, some aspects of this development do not accord with this vision and LDP policies, and some examples are tree loss and adjacent alternative site. There is no demonstration of why the loss of good condition mature trees is necessary, nor any consideration of alternatives. For example, the development could incorporate the adjacent area of plain grass. This would allow the tree-covered area to be retained as an area of high-quality public open space and the houses to be built on the plain grass area and the church footprint, a win-win for everyone. Off-site mitigation measures. The LDP advises that all development proposals will be expected to prioritise active travel and incorporate appropriate off-site mitigation measures where required, for example, improvements or additions to the walking and cycling network and road improvements. It is therefore appropriate that this development should include the provision of a 20 mph speed limit, as for other new housing developments on the adjacent lengths of Margaret Walk and Elizabeth Walk. Reflecting that some residents will be wheelchair users, the provision of drop curbs and tactile paving on pedestrian routes to the nearest bus stop and nearby school and the North West Resource Centre is also appropriate. Cycle parking. The National Roads Development Guide adopted by the Council requires 1 secure covered space per dwelling, none if garage or secure area is provided within curtilage of dwelling. The report advises that officers are satisfied that the proposed layout permits the storage of bicycles adjacent to the staff hub and within dwelling house curtilages. However, individual curtilage will not be secure as the fence between properties is only 1.1 metre high, not the 1.8 metre at outer boundaries. Given the good cycle connectivity around the site, as the report confirms, cycle usage should be high and therefore appropriate, i.e. secure and covered cycle provision should be made for each house and the staff base. Excess parking provision. This acknowledged good cycle accessibility also gives an opportunity to reduce the parking provision for each house. The National Roads Development Guide advises that reductions of the standard may be considered if the development is within an urban area that has good links to sustainable transport. Finally, limited retention of character features. One of the brick colours is said to be good because it reflects the sandstone wall at the northwest corner, which is to be retained, and similar stone elsewhere in the vicinity, yet there is no requirement to repair and retain the similar wall at the north-east corner, which gives some local distinctiveness and continuity.
Thanks, Tracy. Okay, members, that's for noting there is no debate on that one. We now have Laura Moody, an objector. Laura, if you're there, welcome this morning.
Hello. I submitted some slides. I'm not sure if they're going to be shown on my behalf or whether I'm expected to share a screen.
Can you just repeat that, please?
I submitted some slides. I'm just checking that they're going to be shared by you rather than by me.
Yeah, Lara's got that. They will be shown, yes. Now, you've got 3 minutes, Laura, and I'd appreciate if you stick strictly to the 3 minutes. We have a very long agenda today. But whenever you're ready, just commence, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Laura Moody. I'm representing the objections to this application submitted from members of the Scottish Green Party in Dumfries and Galloway in response to concerns raised by residents. Can I have the next slide? Our objections fall into 2 categories: a lack of application of council principles and policies, and no acknowledgement of the council's climate emergency declaration and the subsequent priority 5. Next slide. There's been a lack of assessment of this application against some of the council's principles and policies. I quote, "The overarching principle of LDP2 is that all development proposals should support sustainable development, including the reduction of carbon and other greenhouse gas emissions, as stated in paragraph 4.3 of the report in front of you." In paragraph 4.4, you'll see the list of 5 key considerations in the assessment of this application, and they don't include sustainable development or reduction of emissions. Many issues of sustainable development are omitted in the report. There's no mention specifically about carbon or emissions, other than in the summary of the points made by the public. And the council does have many relevant policies which support sustainable development, which have been overlooked. Next slide, please. Examples of policies overlooked are policy OP1E on transport and travel, which states that development proposals should encourage active and other more sustainable forms of travel. There's no assessment of that in the road service response, which might have included that, for example, there's no secure storage for bicycles. Storage in curtilage is inadequate. Policy OP1F, sustainability, requires developments to limit the impacts of climate change, support resilience, and promote sustainable development. There's little evidence that any of those have been assessed, for example, the loss of rich carbon storage and the need for passive aspects of design. Policy NE8, trees and development, states the council will support proposals that maintain trees and woodlands and require developers to incorporate wherever feasible existing woodland into their schemes. There's no reference to the tree survey, which showed that there were 27 mature and semi-mature trees and all of them in good condition apart from 1, and no assessment of the feasibility of retaining trees as required by the policy. As someone else mentioned, John Howell mentioned, the neighbouring site of grassland would be a better location in terms of biodiversity. Next slide, please. There's no acknowledgement of the Council's climate emergency declaration and priority 5. This was agreed in June 2019 and committed the Council to reviewing policy and practice across all of the directorates. The priority in September said that you would urgently respond to climate change and transition to a carbon neutral region, and you are committed to empowering communities and stakeholders to make significant changes to reduce emissions. The planning report was prepared since these decisions were made, and yet it does not reflect either the declaration or the new priority. The Council has rapidly adjusted to meet the demands of COVID-19, and unfortunately that is not the case with the climate emergency. You need to start now to apply policies which are already in place in everyday practice, and you should start by ensuring they're applied to this planning application before approval. Final slide. I'm really just asking you to refuse permission and ask for an assessment of the application against all the existing policies with regard to sustainable development and the Council climate emergency and priority commitments.
Thank you for that, Laura. Can you just wait with us a minute, please, in case any members have questions for you? Do any members have any questions for Laura on her presentation this morning? Doesn't appear so. Laura, thank you very much for being so precise. Oh no, I have Jane Maitland, Councillor Maitland, come in, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Laura. That was very succinct and quick. I wonder if you'd care to comment on the issue of having to change our policies against which we match these particular applications, because we haven't changed our policies, our planning policies, to reflect the issues that you are raising.
I would say there's already substantial policy within LDP2 that, as I pointed out at the start, that impact this application. But I certainly think in terms of the priority 5 that was adapted and which partially implements the climate emergency declaration, that there was a commitment in there by the council to urgently review all aspects of what the council is doing. And I think we can't wait until the next LDP to thoroughly come through. You have to live up to the expectations that were placed through that climate emergency and through adopting it as a priority. It does specify in the climate emergency declaration that you will review all policy and practice and embed climate change considerations into all policy.
Thanks, Laura. Did you want to come back, Jane?
No, that's very helpful. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Jane. Thanks, Laura. Any other members? In that case, thank you for your presentation today. Much appreciated. Thank you, Laura. We now come to the next speakers. It is Ewan Clark from Ashley and Andrew Clark from Robert Potter and Partners. Gentlemen, if you're with us, you will know the drill, obviously. You have 3 minutes, and I'll ask you to stick strictly to that 3 minutes, and I will give you a 30-second notification to bring your presentation to a close. So if you're with us, gentlemen, 3 minutes collectively.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Andrew Clark, architect with Robert Potter and Partners. I have present also Ewan Clark, the Commercial Director of Ashley, as the applicant. I would like to just commend the case officer's report. I think it accurately covers the application. I'd be happy to take any members' questions. And beyond that, I'll pass over to Ewan now, who will make a statement on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Chair. Morning, everybody. The Lincluden Church site allows us, as applicant and design and build contractor, to continue the long and valued relationship between Ashley and Lordburn Housing Association. Over the years, we have collectively delivered a number of successful developments under varying forms of procurement, and this is a further opportunity to provide another valuable asset to that portfolio. Lordburn were approached in August of 2019 by the Health and Social Care Partnership for Dumfries and Galloway to determine if they had any new build projects in the pipeline that would, in a suitable location, provide the re-provision of existing supported housing in the Nithsdale area. Early discussions identified Lincluden as an ideal location, and through engagement with ourselves, the former Church of Scotland site was put forward to the Health and Social Care Partnership and Strategic Housing as a viable option. The site was approved for inclusion within the Strategic Housing Investment Plan by elected members in November 2013, and work has progressed since to finalise the detailed design of fully adapted housing for adults with varying levels of physical and learning disabilities. The project has been approved within the Scottish Government's resource planning assumption for Dumfries and Galloway for this financial year, which sees a commitment of almost £1 million of government subsidy added to £1 million of Lordburn's own money, invested in a project that not only provides suitable independent living accommodation for some of the most vulnerable residents in the region, but also secures over £2 million of investment in the local economy. The project also brings back to life a derelict brownfield site within the region's largest town. Identifying and redeveloping such sites is seen as a key consideration in addressing the climate emergency declared by Dumfries and Galloway Council, and also follows the latest climate emergency guidance contained within the SHIP annual review, which indicates we should seek to develop energy efficient homes and developments located within walking distance of services and remediation of vacant and derelict sites. Over the years, Ashley have combined with Lordburn to provide a significant number of local employment opportunities, both directly and through an extensive local supply chain of consultants, suppliers and subcontractors. We share a mutual belief and commitment to wider role and community benefit initiatives. We support a range of schools, clubs, organisations over many years to deliver on a range of tangible, successful outcomes.
You have 30 seconds to go.
Yep, okay. I was just going to wrap up. Whilst clearly affected by pandemic restrictions, this development allows us the opportunity to continue with that approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you again for being so concise. There were 3 points raised that you might want to answer, either of you, to help members out. The first one, I'll just tell you the 3. The first one is from Councillor McKee, who wondered if you could create an inset in the roadside to ensure that parking was available to prevent a narrow or restrictions when that, I'll get Councillor McKee to deal with that. Councillor Maitland talked about bin storage, and if there was provision made for that somewhere in your development site. And Councillor McComb is concerned about only a 10-year maintenance plan on the trees, and that brings in, of course, the point that Laura Moody made about carbon storage, etc. So I'll have Councillor McKee. He wants to ask you that particular question, but if you could answer the first two first about bin storage and whether you'd be content with the lifetime of development condition on maintenance of trees, etc., rather than the 10-year that might be within the papers of the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. Each house is provided with its own private rear garden, which is a secure curtilage and has a patio area along with path network and bin storage located within each dwelling. There is also an external storage area, which is related to the communal garden and the staff base, which will hold the bin area. In terms of landscaping, I would have anticipated that the condition would be the lifetime of the development for maintenance. I don't see any issue with that. I can further go on to the roads comments if you wish. Obviously, there is no objection from the roads department, but in terms of the existing road network, the road at Stewartry Road is 6.8 metres in width, 6.2 metres in width, over 6.2 metres, which is in excess of what I would ordinarily consider the roads department would ask for the width of a road. The two other roads, which are Margaret Walk and Elizabeth Walk, are just under 5 metres in width, but each of those have lay-by spaces already to them to service the existing houses. Obviously, our development is provided with each individual curtilage with its own parking to the standards of the roads department and NRDG guidance. And it should also be noted that these houses are supported accommodation. They are for vulnerable people. They will be single person occupancy, and in many instances the two car parking spaces will really be used by carers that will be attending each of the houses. So the development itself will not be a high traffic generator. Hope that answers Councillor McComb's questions.
Thanks for that, Andrew. If Councillor McKee wants further clarity, I'll come back to him. I've got a number of members looking to speak, and I'll bring Councillor McKee in before we move on. I've got Andy Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe a question for Ewan from Ashlee, or the architect. I'm not too sure. The application site, is that the extent of the property that's owned by the people who are taking forward this development? So the question really is, who owns the green space between the end of the development and the public road?
The green space is not owned by the applicant. The only area which is owned by the applicant is within the application site. The green space is under entirely separate ownership, which is, I understand, a common good and is not available. So any concept of transferring of ground is not an option.
Can I come back in, Jim?
Sure thing, Andy.
Yes, thanks very much. So thanks very much for that clarity. So you can only develop within your own area there, and that's what you're asking for planning permission for. So thank you very much for that answer. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Andy. Councillor McKee, you wanted to ask about the roads.
Thanks very much for your response. Now, my concern is about, fair enough what you say about the width of the road might be okay, but you've got manoeuvring vehicles going into and out of those houses, and you either reverse in and drive out, or you drive in and reverse out, and each way is dangerous in its own with traffic up and down the Sturtley Road. And the not so much on Margaret Walk and Elizabeth Walk, but there's still the danger there. And the other thing, and I hear what you say about that land, that green space. And I don't know who owns it either, but my understanding is there's a sewer or something goes across there. But my question would be, would you think about moving the houses back a bit to retain some of those trees along Sturtley Road? Because when you see that picture, it's quite an attractive piece of road. I was just wondering if you'd consider that.
Before you do, Councillor McKee, we are asked to determine this application unless this is a voluntary change by the applicant or the agent.
In terms of the green space, I understand, as I've reiterated, it's not available. You are correct. There is a surface water sewer, the ownership of which is unknown, which crosses through the site. In terms of the road network, for reversing spaces, it's a standard arrangement of parking for each house, and the manoeuvring spaces required are in accordance with roads guidance, which is a clear 6 metres beyond the parked car for manoeuvring. I don't think that forming lay-bys would either improve the provision of parking or the nature of how that parking is carried out. It certainly would likely not provide the correct amount of numbers. In terms of the existing trees, we have a landscape architect full designed proposal for the landscape design, including the assessment of all of the trees. It's accurately covered in the report, particularly under 4.20, and it is also covered in 1.6 in the report. There would have been a potential to incorporate more of the existing trees, and the landscape architect's advice was not to do that, and it would be better because of the real tree is the oak tree, which is a really nice specimen. It's a very mature tree. The rest are, by the nature of them, the condition and the way that they've been maintained, the landscape architect's opinion is to have a new planting proposal which will provide new similar species in rowan and flowering cherries, and with the condition applied for lifetime maintenance on the trees, this will ensure that this will become a much better managed and improved arrangement for new trees and planting associated with the development.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Andrew. I have a number of members still looking to ask questions of the applicant. I've got Henry McClelland, John Campbell, Archie Dryborough and Jane Maitland in that order. So, Henry, please.
Yeah, good morning, Chair. I won't take any time. Mr Clark has actually answered my questions in the last two responses to Councillors McKee and Ferguson. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Henry. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for your presentation. I was looking at the pictures of the walling features. I noticed that, you know, I know the church pretty well because it was the church that I was actually married in 1985. I suppose I should declare an interest, Chair, but that's as far as my interest goes. But the walling feature in the application, you're actually asking to just retain one part of the corner. It doesn't seem to make sense to me, you know. I don't know if you could answer that, but I would have expected either all the walling feature to be retained or none. Just a tiny little corner just doesn't make any sense. I don't know if you could answer that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much,
it's
John.
It's a small matter, but we have retained one. There is a small section, all of which are fairly ruinous, but they're not in the best condition. But there's a small section at the northeast as well. It's a small matter. I'm sure we could retain that as well. It doesn't impact on the parking or the arrangements at the junction, so I'd be quite happy for both corners to be retained.
Thank you.
Thanks for that helpful commitment. Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Maybe a question for Andrew. There was some concern from one of the objectors about the height of the fence at 1.2 metres, and they were suggesting they go up to 1.8 metre. The other thing is that you are obviously putting some new housing in place, and there's the issue from Laura, who was the other objector, regarding some of the environmental issues that this has. I would imagine that you will have some up-to-date, modern, fuel-efficient houses in this particular area. But can you sort of clarify the situation with the fence and what other mitigation that you're doing to do with the removal of the trees?
In terms of fencing to the gardens, there's other representations about the height of the fencing to the front. We don't have any fencing around the development at the very site frontage, which is at 1.8. We've tried to set that back. But the surrounding areas around all of the houses themselves are at 1.8. That creates a secure environment. And then within that development itself, the fencing is then reduced down in height to 1.1. But the entire area is secure, and it has also been reported upon by the Architectural Liaison Officer for Secure by Design to achieve a gold standard for security. But what you have to remember is that this is not general housing. This is supported housing for vulnerable people. We're trying to create an environment that is a community for them. There is a network of access routes within the centre of the development, which each of the houses can gain access to reach the staff base, which will also be a resident and tenant hub for them, and also the communal garden, which is around the oak tree. So within the development itself, it's creating a community, and the security around the perimeter of the development will be to the 1.8 high standard. In terms of sustainability, as mentioned by Ewan, in terms of housing standards for sustainability, but each of these houses will reach a silver active level of sustainability. Now, that's associated with building regulations, and that is in excess of the standard bronze and bronze active, and that covers energy, thermal comfort, carbon dioxide emissions, energy for water heating, water use efficiency, as well as well-being, security, material use, flexibility and adaptability. So these houses are provided to a very high standard and acceptable to the housing strategy itself. You also have to remember this is a brownfield site. This is redevelopment of a brownfield site. There is no new infrastructure being added. There's no new roads being added. It's tapping in entirely to the existing road network. It's all of its existing services are there. It's a very sustainable development. It has a very good use of carbon emissions by its very nature of development of a brownfield site. Hope that answers further.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Last speaker, I think, Jane Maitland.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Yes, I mean, I understand clearly that this is for supported accommodation, and I do understand what you're trying to do, just to create an internal courtyard. But, you know, talking about the communal garden around the oak, it doesn't look like that. You've got an unfortunate look of, I think, basically rather a prison-like effect with that 1.8 metre high fence, which cuts right across under the oak. There's nothing soft about that at all. You've simply followed the straight lines of everywhere else. It's not sort of human feeling at all. And I wonder if you should perhaps consider either taking the fence in an open fashion so that you can actually see through it round the back of the oak, so that also that the people in the included can enjoy it, or you take in a bit more of the open space and make it possible to feel a bit more garden-like. At the moment, it cuts right across. What is your comment on that, please?
I don't think so. I don't want the fence or the boundaries to be taken to the site frontage, which would look harsher. I think it should be set back. We have to balance that with provision of security, both for the tenants and the development. There's already been comments about the height of that, of needing to be at 1.8. You also have to remember that we are trying to create this environment and safe, inclusive area for the tenants. This isn't an open space area, as in often you get in housing developments. This is a communal area for use of the tenants and the staff. The staff base, the frontage of the staff base with the lounge fronts onto that, faces onto the oak tree, and we're trying to create a space where tenants will be able to be encouraged to use the garden. They will be encouraged to start their own gardening and maintain that and look after it themselves and encourage their own gardening. So in time, that will become more mature. But at the present stage, to provide the security and the screening needed for the tenants, I think the fence is the correct option.
Coming back, Jane, are you content with that response?
Well, I would be interested to know why it would not be possible to have a see-through arrangement with the tree, and maybe you could tell me how close to the bole of the tree that 1.8 metre fence goes. It might be helpful if members could see on the screen exactly what's happening. What I mean, that the fence cuts right across under the tree.
Andrew or Ewan? Lara, can you find that image on the presentation? Or Judith, can you find it of the tree? There's one where
yes, there is the fencing plan, but the fence is 2 metres from the tree at its closest point. The fence it's a close-boarded timber fence, so it's not board on board. It has space between the slats so that you do see through it. It's not a fully enclosed fence. But I think in time, that was the last. If you go back, that was the fencing arrangement. But if in time, with the tenants carrying out their own maintenance of the gardens, that will become more mature.
And the last question about putting spaces so that tenants can actually see through.
It's not an entirely closed fence, so it's not back-to-back fencing. It is open slatted, so it's close-boarded, so you do see through it.
Thanks, Andrew. Okay, if there are no other questions for the applicant or the agent, thank you very much for your presentation and your helpful responses. Members, we're now in session. Is that Councillor Maitland again? Oh, it's Sandra Drysdale. Archie Drybrook.
You might get my name right eventually, Jim.
That's just having a bad day.
Chair, I'm looking at this report and had listened to all the representations and the responses to those representations. I see no reason why this application shouldn't go forward, and I suggest that we agree with the recommendations and go forward. I'm happy to put that forward as a motion.
Would you be happy to include the retention of 2 walls that the applicant and agent agreed to address? Currently it's only 1, the retention of 2, and they were quite comfortable with having a condition placed that the maintenance of the shrubs and gardens for the lifetime of the development, not 10 years. That was something that I'm sure they both agreed to. So you'd be happy with these two conditions added to your recommendation?
Yeah, happy with that, Chair. I mean, the applicant did say he would be happy with certainly the lifetime of the maintenance side of things, and I'm happy for the other two remaining walls.
Thank you. Andy Ferguson, then David McKee.
I'll second that, Chair.
Oh, David McKee seconded it. Andy?
Well, with your respect, Chair, you'd given the floor to me, and I'm going to second it. That was before somebody shouted out in chamber. So if I agree entirely what Archie's just said, with recommend there's extra bits that they've agreed willingly to do. It's exactly the kind of development we need. It's in the right location. It's for the right tenant group that we're desperately needing housing for. And I'm happy to second Archie.
Okie dokie, you were on the rota to speak first, so you will be the seconder. Archie is the proposer. You'll be the seconder. Are there any alternative proposals? Doesn't seem so. So, Tracy, can you confirm the unanimous decision of the committee, please, and add in the two recommendations that were accepted by the applicant and the agent, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve application subject to A, the successful completion of a Section 69 legal agreement in respect of a commuted payment for open space provision within 6 months of the date of the decision or any extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer, and the conditions detailed in the report, with the amendments to conditions 6 and 8 that Judith highlighted earlier, and two additional conditions, one that the 2 stone walls will be retained and the lifetime maintenance to be added as a condition as well.
Thanks very much, Tracy. We're happy with that, Judith. Thank you. And thanks for being here today, Judith. Nice to see you. We go into agenda item number 7. Planning application for the change of use of shop class 1 to form cafeteria / restaurant class 3 with ancillary public bar. And B, alterations to listed building associated with proposed change of use of shop class 1 to form a cafeteria restaurant class 3 with ancillary public bar at 11th North Crescent, Garliston. The application type is full planning permission and listed building consent. The recommendation is to approve subject conditions on the full planning permission and approve unconditionally the listed building consent. Case officer today is Billy Murray. Billy, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair, and good morning all. As you say, this is an application for change of use of a redundant shop in Garliston to form a cafeteria, coffee shop, restaurant with an ancillary public bar and a corresponding application for listed building consent for the alterations there too. Before I take you through the slides, there's one glaring correction to make in the heading to the committee report, where I give the address as North Crescent. That should, of course, be South Crescent. It's correctly referred to as South Crescent everywhere else in the report and elsewhere. So that's just the one correction to make. So turning to the slides, if I may, Lara. The first one is simply a location plan. As you see, the application site is on the western side of South Crescent. On the opposite side of the road is the bowling green, with the bay and the beach beyond that, effectively the harbour beyond that to the east. Next slide. The next slide, this slide shows a view of South Crescent from the south. Just standing outside the Harbour Inn, you'll see the Harbour Inn sign in the foreground there. This is a general view of South Crescent. The application property is the last property you can see in that view. The building on the right is the bowling clubhouse. Next slide. This is a closer view in the same direction on South Crescent of the application property itself. It's a double-fronted Category B listed building. The former shop is in the far-away part of it. In that view, you can notice the shop windows there. Next slide. This is a corresponding view from the north, again showing the application property and the characteristics of South Crescent in that area. Just to highlight, that was an image taken on a Saturday afternoon. Next slide, please. This is just a closer view of the application property. Again, noticing the shop window, the redundant shop. That was a village shop for a very long period of time, just about as long as I can remember. As far as we understand it, it's been closed for some 67 years and has lain vacant during that time. Next slide. The next number of slides have been provided by the applicant, and it's just to give a brief impression of the interior characteristics of the redundant property. So if Lara could just go through these slides a few seconds at a time, I think it will give an impression. I think you'll see from the report that it's considered that any particular historic elements have long been lost in the interior. Alterations to the interior are minimal and non-structural, so no issues really arise with that. Thank you, Lara. And these are just the drawings submitted with the application. Again, the location plan. Next slide. This is floor plans and elevations as existing. Next slide. And finally, this is floor plans and elevations as proposed. As I alluded to a moment ago, there are no external alterations whatsoever to the listed building. The shop window will just remain as it is, and there are no other alterations. Internally, there are minor alterations, but these are non-structural. It's essentially just realignment of partitions to create the space for the cafe and coffee shop in the forward part. In the rearward part, there's an open servery counter and a small bar along the back wall. Thanks, Lara. Just to highlight, in terms of the report, the key determining issues are highlighted in paragraph 4.8. The key determining issues are considered to be an assessment of the application, our impacts on residential and general amenity and transport and travel with particular regard to parking. Other considerations in making that assessment that have to be taken into account are the fact that this is in a residential area, clearly. Secondly, that there is an existing lawful use of the shop which could be reinstated at any time without the need for a planning application. And thirdly, in assessing the proposal, we took account of the fact that there was an existing traditional public bar in close proximity to the application property. Other points I should highlight are that third-party representations tend to concentrate almost exclusively on the bar element of it rather than the coffee shop. So you'll see from the report that that is what is assessed. The proposal includes a micro bar, which is something of a new concept. It certainly was to me. There is a description of the commonly understood characteristics of a microbar in paragraph 1.4 of the report. Having carried out a policy assessment on these issues, the conclusion is that the proposal is a compatible small-scale use in the residential area and would not have material adverse impacts on amenity to the extent that it should be refused. And secondly, and this is supported by the Council Roads Officer, that the lack of dedicated parking in this location is not in itself a reason to reject the proposal, while it is acknowledged that there can be congestion and parking issues outside the property. But that again is assessed in detail in the body of the report. So the recommendation is for the planning application to approve subject to condition on opening hours,
And secondly, on the listed building consent application, the recommendation is to approve unconditionally.
Thanks very much, Billy. Do any members have any questions for the case officer? Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Chair. It's with regard to the condition about the operating hours, Billy. What happens if during the operation of the coffee shop, you're wanting a pint of beer with your lunch? Would that be allowed? And subsequently, you know, if they're wanting a meal at night, would that be included within microbar?
I don't know if that's a planning issue, but Billy, if you can help, if no, I'll go to David.
The planning condition simply reflects the hours of opening provided by the applicant. So I would suggest that this may be a question for the applicant. Secondly, in terms of licensing, I did have an informal conversation with a colleague in licensing, essentially to try and establish their understanding of microbar operation and whether or not there was any differentiation there in terms of licensing. As far as I could understand it from that conversation, there would be no difference in licensing terms. A license would be a license effectively in the same way as any other premise for the sale of alcoholic liquor. And that was another reason why we recommended a planning condition in terms of opening hours, because under purely licensing law, it could potentially have opened until 11 o'clock at night, but that was not what was being proposed. So it was felt appropriate to reinforce that by recommending that condition.
Thanks, Billy. I've now got Jim McComb, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just following on from what Billy has said, who would be responsible for enforcing the hours of opening of the micro bar? Because clearly there is no application, as I understand it, to the licensing board.
Again, I don't think that'll be planning.
Sorry, Councillor McComb. Yes, this is a planning condition, so the responsibility to enforce would naturally fall to the planning authority.
Yeah. It's a difficult one because this is an isolated rural area, and we may well have more applications of this nature.
Yes, I don't disagree with that, Councillor McComb, and myself and Mr. Sutty had a conversation about this, and there would be some reservations about the enforceability, or not the enforceability, but practical difficulties in monitoring and enforcement of those hours. But it was felt that we should adopt a precautionary approach here because it was in an exclusively residential area to give a measure of control in terms of the planning permission.
I don't want us to start speculating either, Councillor McComb, about what might happen if we approve this. There'll be the relevant authorities there to address any breaches of these conditions, and with it, I suppose, subsequent penalties. So I wouldn't be hung up too much on what might happen. You've got a clear steer there from the case officer, and hopefully that will satisfy members that that's a reasonable approach. Are there any other questions for the case officer?
Chair, could I come back in?
Sure, Jim, yeah.
Is this a way of acquiring an alcohol licence without actually going through the licensing board?
I think the simple answer to that is no. But I mean, I don't have detailed knowledge of licensing law, but as far as I can establish from, as I said, my informal conversation with a colleague in licensing, this would require to be licensed in the same way as any other bar.
I can't see a situation where elected members can suddenly decide to have a mini bar and a cafe in their house and no need licensing for it. But we're dealing today with the planning aspect of this and not the licensing. And if there's a licence required, then the applicant, if he's successful, will have to go through that process. This is simply an application for a change of use and alterations to listed building.
Chair, if it's of assistance, there are two separate but concurrent things. So a licence would still be needed from the Council as a licensing authority. And as Billy was rightly pointing out, these are planning conditions. So really it's to do with the opening of the property, not the serving of alcohol. But whichever is the more restrictive will take precedence. So for example, even if they were granted a licence from the licensing board to open until 11 at night, in planning terms, they cannot open beyond 9 o'clock. So whichever is the more restrictive is the one which comes into play.
There you go, Jim, that'll be helpful.
Thanks
and you'll have an opportunity to come back when we're in session in any case, and the applicant will be speaking. Oh no, we have a statement from the applicant, the objector, sorry, and although it's not in your papers, and I should have said at the start of the meeting, I have agreed to allow the agent to speak. The application to speak was just slightly later than the advertised time, so I've agreed. So you'll have the opportunity to investigate or discuss the situation that you envisage with the agent who will speak shortly. So if we can part that at the moment, Jim, I'd be grateful, and see if there are any other matters or for the case officer to address, and if no, we'll go to the speakers. Thanks very much for your indulgence, members. I now have a statement to be read out from David and Catherine Smith, who are objectors. Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. Our statement regarding the committee report is as follows. Regardless of the proposed scale of the operation, we find it incomprehensible that the committee can recommend this application based on the representations made by the residents of South Crescent. Of the supporters of the application, not one person lives in South Crescent and will not be directly affected by it. Even Mr. Lloyd himself admitted he would not be happy living in close proximity to a public bar, which no matter how it is badged, that is what it is. We beg to differ regarding the microbar being a secondary function. How can it be secondary when the proposed opening hours are the same as the coffee shop? 5 coffee shop, 5 hours bar. This is 50-50 and not secondary. The sale of alcohol is therefore equal, so in our opinion, this proposal is outside of Class 3. We express our disappointment that potential health issues directly concerning ourselves are being ignored. The comparison to the Harbour Inn is unfounded, as their entrance is on a corner that the doors of neighbouring residential properties are distant from smoking bins. We have serious concerns about smokers standing at either the front or the back of the premises. The access to the bar is less than 4 metres from our windows, which are drafty wooden sash and case. If this application is approved, are Dumfries and Galloway Council prepared to change our listed status and fit us double glazed windows and front door free of charge to lessen the risk of us becoming seriously ill through passive smoking, or is our health of no concern? There is no declared refuge storage for this proposed operation. Where will the restaurant and bar refuse be stored? At the rear of the premises. How often would collections be? What do we do if we have issues with the smell of waste and beer, and what happens if we have pest control issues? What about extraction fans? Are these to be fitted, and are these going to generate noise and emissions to our garden? Most of our questions and concerns simply have not been answered. The proposal as it stands is for a microbar, but there are no regulations to say it has to remain as such, and nothing is in writing to prevent a change to an establishment with loud music, televisions and fruit machines. Therefore, in the unlikely event that this application is approved, given the concerns mentioned earlier in this statement, would the Council add further binding conditions relating to the use of the premises as a microbar, limiting the opening hours to fixed opening and closing hours 4 p.m. to 9 p.m, not approximates, with no music, no TV, no fruit machines, and seasonal opening only from April to October, even if the venture is found to be unviable. However, we respectfully request the Planning Committee to reject this application and approve something more in keeping and financially viable, like a disabled holiday let.
Thanks, Tracy. Members, you heard that objection. We now have, and again, apologies for no alerting members to this earlier, we now have Lindsay Evans from Evans Rural Architecture to address the committee. If you're with us, Lindsay.
Hi, yeah, so I'm just speaking on behalf of my clients who would like to clarify some points. The committee report confirms that the public concerns generally relate
Lindsay,
to
can you just pause a minute, please? We normally allow 3 minutes for a presentation, so I'll allow you that, and then you can reply to the points that Councillor McComb raised and any other questions members have. And in that way, we won't disrupt the normal process that's employed. So you have 3 minutes to address the committee on the application itself, and then we will have time for a question and answer session after that. So your presentation first, please, and just whenever you're ready.
Yeah, that's fine, thanks. The committee report confirms that the public concerns generally relate to the microbar element of the application and not to the coffee shop, which has actually had much local support. We appreciate the term microbar is relatively unknown, and the report provides a good definition. My clients envisage the microbar to be a small, informal bar that serves a small selection of craft beers, which should be sourced from local microbreweries and would be changed and rotated regularly to maintain variety and retain local interest. My client also wishes to encourage conversation and intends to discourage mobile phones and other electronic devices. The microbar model is becoming increasingly popular in England, and since it's still relatively new in Scotland and particularly in Dumfries and Galloway, my clients wish to bring something new and unique to the area which would capture a niche market. This is to be commended, particularly in the current hospitality climate. It's also to be commended that my clients wish to invest in and bring a vacant business premises back into active use after many years of closure. With regard to the concerns, the committee report highlights that these relate to perceived worst-case scenarios and confirms that the shop could currently be brought back into active use as a shop without the need for planning permission. If this was the case, the parking requirements may in fact be greater than the parking requirements for the coffee shop or microbar, both of which would have limited opening hours. My clients also wish to point out that they own the property above the vacant shop, which they run as a holiday letting business. Therefore, noise and disturbance issues would not be in their interests, since this would inevitably cause themselves problems. Finally, I can confirm that the intention is for the coffee shop to be the primary function of the premises and the microbar to be secondary and small scale. My clients are also happy with the proposed condition of limited opening hours for both. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Lindsay. Councillor McComb had a question and a concern. If Councillor McComb can come in, please, on the question for the agent.
Thank you, Chair. Will there be a parallel application to Wigtown Licensing Board for the microbar?
Yes, sorry. As I understand, they will have to go through, my clients will have to go through all the procedures to obtain the necessary licenses that are required, and we intend to do that.
Thank you.
And the letter of objection did suggest that they would want an assurance that there would be no electronic fruit machines or televisions. Is that an undertaking you'd be prepared to make?
Yes, I'd be happy to confirm that that's not my client's intention. Like I said, they intend to discourage mobile phones and electronic devices, so there definitely wouldn't be anything in the way of fruit machines or such like.
Thank you, Lindsay. I have two other questions for you. One from Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Chair. Lindsay, it's back to these operating hours. Everybody seems to be concerned about this 11 o'clock finish, and I'm more concerned about 10 o'clock opening in the morning. Is that going to restrict you? If we put that condition on, do you plan to have alcohol for sale with a lunchtime meal? And if we put the condition on, it's just the coffee shop that's open, it'll just be coffee that'll be sold, and the bar would have to be shut? Or are you just planning coffee in the morning till 3 o'clock and then alcohol from 4 o'clock onwards?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, that the intention is simply for a coffee shop through the day with no alcohol, and the bar would open at we've got 5:30 to 9:30. And yeah, as far as I'm aware, the intention is that there would be no alcohol served through the day. It would just simply be a coffee shop.
Thanks, Ivor. Councillor Drysdale, Pauline.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Lindsay. Licensed premises across the UK are able to designate areas for smokers. Are you able to let us know if your client has thought this through, and if so, what their plans are, please? And finally, what do they propose to do with the rubbish and collection of that? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I would have to confirm with my client, but I know they would be happy to provide all the necessary requirements for smokers. If that means particular bins, they would be to be provided. Again, with regard to waste, the waste will be collected from the existing arrangements at the rear of the property, so there won't be any changes to the front street, and it will be collected in alignment with what the current collections that happen just now.
Pauline, did you want to come back?
Well, I would, Chair. Thank you so much. Lindsay, sometimes in the microbrewery industry, obviously there's a large collection of bottles, and sometimes these can be collected back by the brewery. It might be sensible, should this proposal go through today, that the applicant has a look at maybe bottle collection rather than it all ending up in the bins. I know the bins and waste collection will change next year, but it's just something to think about going forward, because it does create quite a lot of noise in a residential area. And with regards to a designated smoking area, perhaps looking across the road to the park area, I don't obviously advocate smoking, but it might be something to think about, as it is quite an imposition on residents. But thank you, and I hope you can take these points on board. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Pauline, and I am sure the applicant or the agent will take these points on board. It's not something we'll be able to condition, but I'm sure that will be part of their thinking as they go forward, and they might have to address that at the licensing panel when they present a case there. Are there any other members looking for questions of the applicant's agent? Jim McComb.
Thank you, Chair. Would the applicant be happy to accept a maximum figure of 20 customers in the micro bar?
I believe it's my client's intention that they want to provide for 20 covers. What's shown in the on the drawings was the sort of maximum that could be accommodated within the space. However, I know it's my client's intention for it to be actually to be less than that, and for 20 covers was what they had suggested as they would be happy with. So I'm quite sure they would be happy to agree to that if that was prepared.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Again, I'll caution members, we have to be reasonable with conditions, and who's going to count how many folk are in a premise at 9 o'clock at night? But anyway, John Young.
Thank you, Chair. I feel this is turning into more a licensing committee meeting than a planning one. That's my opinion anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, you're probably right, but even in the report, the main focus was on the licence element of it. But you're quite right, we have a planning application before us. If there are no other questions for the applicant's agent, Lindsay, thank you very much for being with us today. Your responses have been very helpful. Thank you. Members, we're in session. Are there any proposals or questions? Archie, I just couldn't about spell your name there.
It's that Sanker education, Chair. It's that Sanker education.
Councillor Driver.
Thanks very much, Chair. I was just listening to some of the issues here that some of the members were actually talking about, and I agree with John Young that a lot of it was sort of going into the licensing laws and the licensing panel side of things. Also, some of the things we're talking about was health and safety legislation as well. So, taking all of that into consideration, Chair, I see no reason why we shouldn't approve this application as is suggested in the report. I'm happy to move.
Thanks, Archie. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Archie just took the words out of my mouth there. The only thing that I wasn't quite sure about was that Lindsay had said that they were looking to open from 5:30 to 9:30, but the condition is restricting 1600 to 2100 or 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock. But yeah, I'm happy to go along and even second Archie on this proposal.
Thanks very much, John. So we have a motion and an amendment and a seconder. Councillor Hislop, do you have an amendment or is it just simply an observation?
Chair, it was just to say that my concerns were covered by the architect when she said that they just planned for the coffee shop, because Mr Sutty had said it was a more restrictive condition that would have applied. But as it doesn't affect, I was happy to support Councillor Driver on this.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hislop. So we have a motion and a seconder. We have a supporter. Are there any alternative views? In that case, it's a unanimous decision of this committee. Tracy, will you confirm the decision, please?
Thanks, Chair. So members are agreeing to approve the application A, subject to conditions as detailed in the report, and the listed building consent, application B, unconditionally.
Thank you. Given that it's nearly 1:45, I think the next agenda item may be somewhat lengthy, so I think we'll have a recess for 25 minutes, which will bring us back at 1:10 approximately. Is that right? Thanks, Tracy. So 1:10 members, I'll see you back here. Thanks very much for your indulgence at the moment. Good afternoon, members. Welcome back and thank you for your indulgence. We move on to agenda item number 8, an application for the erection of 19 dwelling houses, formation of associated car parking areas, access road, pathways, drainage, detention basin, landscaping and associated works at Nursery Avenue, Stranraer. This is the full application, reference number 20/0018/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Chris McTeer. Chris, would you like to take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. The applications in front of members today, as under the scheme of delegation, planning applications that receive 6 or more representations required to be considered by the Planning Applications Committee. Can I have the first slide, please? So the site in question today is located to the west of Stranraer, adjacent to Nursery Avenue, and is an irregularly shaped site extending to 0.56 hectares. It's a portion of an allocated housing site in LDP2. The site is identified as STR-H2 and is allocated for 150 houses. If members could have a look at page 68 of their papers, section 1.5 contains the planning history. There was an application from 2014, which went before members in November 2016 for the erection of 158 dwellings, including 40 affordable housing units. And this particular area that we're looking at today was included as part of that application as phase 1. Next slide, please. So as we can see on the slide on the wall here, we have the housing wrapped around part of the existing road at Nursery Avenue, which will be carried on further down towards the south. The housing is located just to the left-hand side of the road. Parking is in curtilage, and you can see on the plan there are a number of allocated visitor spaces and spaces for existing car parking there. Next slide. So I'll turn to some site photographs first. This is the view up Nursery Avenue, and the application site is on the right-hand side of the fence there. Next slide. This one just gives a better view of the further allocated site, which extends into the distance across the fields to the left-hand side of the existing housing that you can see in the picture there. Next slide. This is the existing houses on Nursery Avenue. You can see the level change here. The levels on the site are a little challenging, and the existing housing appears, as you can see there, in a stepped formation. Next slide. This is an area just at the end of Nursery Avenue. Round to the left of the photograph, this sort of dead end, as it were, extends further round and is used at the moment for car parking. Next slide. This is a view down towards the bottom of the site, so it's along the line of where the existing hedgerow is. Next slide. Okay, so what I've done in the presentation here is to show the house types as they extend round the site. So this is the first block, and the view from what you will see from Nursery Avenue is the southeast elevation. So the top left is as it appears if you were standing in the middle of the road, trying not to get run over. Next slide is block 2. So you can see there's a couple of different house types here. The first one, 2-storey, and these ones, single-storey. Next slide. It's pretty much mirrored from the previous houses. There's a variety of houses proposed here, a mix of 1, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom houses. And the next slide, which is block 4, this is a 7-bedroom property. Now this was included in the plan because of a local identified need. The house type is basically 2 3-bedroom houses put together, and the applicants have indicated that in the future, if the 7-bedroom dwelling was surplus to requirement, that it can be subdivided into 2 3-bedroom properties. Next, block 5. So we can see the elevation starting to step down. So we're coming towards the bottom of the site. Next slide. And the next one. And the next one. And next. And again. And again. Okay, so as mentioned in the report, at paragraph 1.4 on page 68, the change in levels between the site and the adjoining land to the rear requires the installation of a crib wall. You can see the line of the crib wall running down the western side of the site there, where it kind of terminates at the corner with the road end there, which is a future link into the adjoining allocated housing site, which is in LDP2 as STRH3. Next slide. This is just a cross-section of the proposed crib wall. This is shown at its maximum extent, which is just a touch over 5 metres. This gives you the depth of the foundations and the addition of a fence on the top, should it be required. Next slide. So what I've included in this slide here, there were a number of objections, as you can see in the report. A lot of them related to the loss of on-street parking. Now, as you can see in the top left of the slide there, that the dwelling houses have their own in-curtilage parking. There is a requirement under the National Roads Development Guidelines to include a certain amount of allocated visitor parking, which in this case is on street. And you can see some of the spaces outlined on the plan there. What the applicant had intended to do was to include additional car parking, which you can see just here on the left turn into Laburnum Grove. There's 10 spaces in there. They were originally to be temporary spaces used during the construction period, but the applicant has stated that they will be left post-construction for people to use, and you can see there are a couple of them allocated as disabled parking. Next slide, please. So, as an allocated housing site, the site guidance in LDP2 is pertinent, and the guidance is noted in paragraphs 4.6 to 4.9 on pages 71 to 72 of the committee papers that you have in front of you today. So the plans and supporting information that were submitted with the application do state that it is a development of a small portion of a larger allocated site. The site guidance does call for infrastructure upgrades to Springbank Road, which is located a considerable distance away from the site here. So we didn't consider them to be necessary in this instance. The other site guidance requirements for open space relationships with the adjoining allocated housing sites and flood risk were covered in the report. And for the reasons outlined in the report, it's recommended that the application is approved subject to the conditions on pages 75 to 77. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for the case officer at this point in time?
Yes.
John Campbell. John, can you come in, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you, Chris, for your presentation. I was looking at the site plan at, you know, the beginning of the report, page 65. There looks like a track that leads off to somewhere. I'm just wondering, was that just access into the fields, or has that been a right of way?
Sorry, Chair, jumping the gun there. Yes, it's access into the fields, but there is a walk up to the woods there. So I think it is an existing right of way. Yeah. And
will that be protected?
The development is actually coming across that, although if you have a look at the site layout, or if you're looking at the plan, the northwest corner of the site has an area of open space with a link into the sort of the fields there, so access is still able to be had into the fields there. The access that I'm talking about there in the northwest can be used as a link into the rest of STR H2, but it is also potentially to be used as an emergency vehicular access for the remainder of the site should it be developed.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, John. Thanks, Chris. I have a couple of speakers. I have Councillor Pauline Drysdale and then Councillor Jane Maitland. Pauline.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chris, for your presentation. Just a quick question, Chris. I see in the plans that there are, it's proposed to put a crib wall up. Are there alternatives to that? For example, a gabion tiered wall, or would that come later down the line if the plans went forward and the recommended decision, it would be part of the stipulations that you would have a further look into that? Thank you.
Chris.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Yep. The crib wall is the applicant's preferred method of retention at the moment. I'm sure they explored other types of retention as part of the pre-application process. I'm fairly certain that the previous planning application from 2014 used retaining walls as opposed to crib walls. From that, I dealt with that application back in the day. The crib wall, just as an aside, I should probably have mentioned, it's not a uniform size, so it really depends on the level. So the crib wall varies in height from 1.8 metres up to just over 5 metres there.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Pauline. And again, you can ask the agent when he does his presentation, but it's not normally something we can change in session unless the applicant or agent chooses to agree to change the style or mechanism holding back some landform. But I have Councillor Jane Maitland.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Chris and I have explored the issue about the crib wall and the size and the height of the crib wall. And I'm glad that other members have twigged that this is actually quite substantial. Chris, I asked you whether it would be possible to pop up on screen our own guidance, page 13, photograph of our own guidance, which gives an idea of what these things actually look like. And I would be quite grateful if we could have that up on screen, if that's possible.
I don't know that Chris will have that to hand. Chris?
Yes, Councillor Maitland, Lara's going to upload that to the Teams page that we have open for this. I had anticipated that, so if we could pop that up, that would be great.
If there's a delay, we could probably let Lara work away with that. And we will take the next speaker until such times as that is brought up on screen. If you're happy with that, Jane, I'll go to Ivor Hislop.
Chairman, I'm very grateful that that Chris has brought it forward. There's nothing like getting prepared, like Blue Peter. Chairman, the other point that I was going to ask about, though, is about the connection between this part of the application site and the larger one behind. It's not quite clear to me whether we've actually really thought about this because of the land levels and the requirement that will have to be made in terms of physical planning to get these houses into the contours. I would rather expect how this might connect up with the next level up, and in fact the report actually indicates that. So I wonder, Chris, if we maybe should expand on that, or maybe explain why we haven't got that in here.
Chris.
Thank you. Yes, I suppose the future-proofing element of this application. There are two connections out, I suppose, of the site. The EVA that I mentioned earlier on. So that's the sort of the area of open space on what's essentially the bend at the top of Nursery Avenue is intended to be an access into the remainder of the site. Should the remainder of the site be developed, it's coming from Springbank Road in the sort of the far distance. So everything would kind of work down towards the site at Nursery Avenue. So although it's not a full vehicular access, it is possible for vehicles to use that. It was identified as being a potential EVA, but certainly pedestrian and cycle access into the remainder of STR H2 is available, and you know that land is being kept back for that purpose. There is also a footpath connection into STRH3, which is located to the south of the application site we're looking at today.
Thanks, Christian. We're still waiting for your bit of script to come up, Jane.
Chairman, thank you. I'm sorry to labour the point, but that's actually not totally what I was getting at. The fact is, if you look at the layout and the block plan, and the contours that have been flashed up on the screen, it's pretty obvious that these houses are going to sit very much lower than anything behind them. And there's been no real discussion about the effect of this layout like this on the rest of the application site. And I would have expected us really to have some idea and some mention of that in the committee. Oh, good.
Chris, we've got an image up. Do you want to respond to Jane's point first, and then we'll go to the crib wall?
I think as I kind of mentioned at the beginning, the site levels around here are a little challenging. The EVA itself is kind of in the middle of sort of two bits of the crib wall there. So yes, I think there's no denying the fact that any future access will require an amount of engineering to do that, but I think that the space is there. I think the wriggle room is there to allow the future access, but it will be tricky to achieve that. Yeah.
Thanks, Chris. Jane, do you want to now talk us through your point about the crib wall?
Well, thank you, Chairman. It's really just to explore the issue that's photograph below, and I don't know whether members can actually see it really quite clearly, but the photograph below has a safety fence on top of a crib wall looking down into gardens quite far below. And as Chris explained, there's a 5 metre drop in the worst case scenario, going down to, I think it's roughly speaking, best case scenario, about 6 feet, something like that. So really what I'm getting at is that there is quite a considerable drop, and members should realise that that photograph is in there as an example of what not to do. It's not an example of good practice, It's an example of bad practice. And we adopted this guidance. It's on page 70, which is supplementary guidance, design, quality and placemaking, dated February 2020. And we adopted it just this year. And the indication is that we should not be doing that. So I'll just leave it like that at the moment. I am a little surprised that this has come forward without really bringing this out for members' explanation and consideration. It might be that members think it's a splendid idea. I'm not sort of arguing that at this point, but I am saying that it should have been made much more explicit. In the worst case scenario, as I say, there is a garden of about 28 feet long, and a crib wall at the back end of 17 feet, which is really very oppressive. I'll leave it like that for the time being, but the question really was why this perhaps was not drawn to our attention.
Thanks, Jane. I'm sure you'll have your say again when we go into session. I've got Councillor Hislop, then Councillor John Young, and then Councillor Drysdale wants to come back.
Thank you, Chair. It's with regard to the roadworks that are required as in Springbank Road, if we do the whole site. If we bring this site forward in sort of piecemeal like this, wee bits at a time, will it be unreasonable to ask any of the developers to actually put this new road in? And should we be looking for a contribution towards the road from each development on a proportionate basis?
Chris? Or David? David.
File under too difficult, so it comes to me. It's a reasonable point. I don't actually have an answer for that other than the fact that it is part and parcel of an overall scheme. I think this one has been looked at perhaps in isolation on the basis that it is it's the only proposal that is currently before us, or the only one that which we have any indication of coming forward in a reasonable timescale. But yes, certainly if members felt strongly about that, there would be no impediment to putting that on. Obviously, you would have to remember it would have to be proportionate as part of that, and you would have to recognise as well that as this is from DGHP, a registered social landlord, you would have to factor in the fact that they don't necessarily have in their budget anything to do other accommodating works, but as part of a developer contribution, members can do that if they think it's appropriate.
Ivor, do you want to come back?
Just on the education part as well, I noticed later in one of the applications it states that planning permission is with the land, therefore you should put a sort of condition in that if it's not an RSL that develops this out in the end, we actually have the ability to ask for a contribution towards the education. But if it is an RSL, we don't ask for that. Would that be included in this one as well?
Chris?
Chair, that's actually covered in paragraph 4.26 and condition 1.
Thanks, Ivor. I can see the developer having a few questions to answer. I've got Councillor John Young, and Pauline has indicated that she'll wait until the developer comes to the table before she asks her question. So, Councillor John Young.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the size of this potential development, there seems to be a lack of green space, and also in these days of active travel considerations, it'd be nice if there was a cycleway or a walkway that didn't include vehicles into the main part of Stranraer from this very large site. And that's just a personal thought, but I wonder if Chris could advise on the map on page 65, what is the sort of Y shape in the bottom right-hand corner?
Chris?
Thank you. Yes, you can. That's the site of the allocated housing site, STR H3. Now, my local knowledge of that is slightly limited, but I know, having had discussions with my team leader about that, that is a historical housing site within Stranraer, and possibly if one of the local members could expand on that, if they're in the Teams call, then perhaps they could. But to the best of my understanding, the site started development, so there was a road layout put in, street light and columns, but no houses. So yeah, it's something of an anomaly, but that's essentially what the Y shape is in the plan.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. So, are there Andrew Giusti?
I would talk about the Y shape that comes off the other road on the other side at the back of the large green space.
Yes, Councillor Giusti, I think that's the one that he was talking about. Yep.
So that to give a bit of information on that is a programme of works that a private developer is looking at creating some kind of housing there. But I think they went to planning years ago and they were refused. I'm not sure though. But that is basically, they've got all the services in place. Just need the permissions for the housing development there.
Thanks for that help, Andrew. Any other questions for the case officer? Okay, in that case, we'll go to representations. We have Hazel Bell with a statement, Marion Donnan with a statement, Clark Preston with a statement. Tracy will read them, and then, forgive me if I don't pronounce your name right, Yarrick Gasurik, Smith Scott and Mullen Associates as the agent. So we've got three statements that Tracy will read out, just in consecutive order. Tracy, please tell members which one it is.
Thanks, Chair. First statement is from Hazel Bell, and her statement is, I refer to the proposed site plan 1838A00050. I live at house number 27 on Nursery Avenue, Stranraer, and currently have 2 parking spaces in front of my house. My house is the end terrace house on the corner of Nursery Avenue and Gaburnham Grove. I am a disabled blue badge holder and currently have an application in for a disabled parking bay to be marked in front of my house. The proposed plan shows a build-out is to be constructed in front of my house, which will effectively remove almost the entirety of both current spaces. I have been assured that any proposed changes to the street must allow for no reduction in street parking. As the road stands now, there is sufficient space for a build-out in front of the greened area and pathway without encroaching on my parking space. I am enclosing photos of the corner to show this. As things are, the street is already overcrowded in the evenings with insufficient parking for the number of vehicles. This situation will no doubt only worsen after occupancy of the proposed new housing. I would be grateful if the proposed build-out could be reconsidered so as not to extend as far as shown on the current plans. And she has, I think, submitted photos that need to, if Lara could show them. There's 4 photographs. Okay. The second statement is from Donnan, and she is number 5, Laburnham Grove. I have been parking my car in Nursery Avenue for 27 years as I have a disabled daughter who has lots of medical and mobility problems. The council very kindly put in a disabled space for her at her alley between 33 and 35 Nursery Avenue, which allows us to walk home on the flat. I was told that there will be no parking on Nursery Avenue and will need to park down in the car park. It's too far away and it's uphill to the house, and there are steps. Everything is slippery and dangerous during rain, etc. This will not work and I just can't manage this as I use crutches. This is causing me lots of concern. And the next statement is from Clark Preston, 43 Belmont Crescent. On behalf of my mother and father, who are retired pensioners with disabilities, they reside at 31 Nursery Avenue, and also in particular other pensioners who reside at 27 and 29 Nursery Avenue, I only ask members of the committee to please take a little time to read and understand. This is not an objection to the housing being built, nor an objection to the road widening on Nursery Avenue, but only asking for some human decency in the manner the existing road is being taken adjacent 27, 29 and 31, with little regard for residents with disabilities, nor for the requirements of the emergency services. My mother and father require immediate street parking outside their house as they are both retired disabled pensioners and also for health reasons. My parents travel on a regular basis to Dumfries Hospital for outpatients appointments and quite often are not home until 9 p.m. on a dark winter's night, which is not unreasonable to deny them access to their home after a long tiresome day. There is a rear access alleyway but is both narrow and unlit, simply not fit for purpose in the darkness. We simply ask for a portion of the adjacent road at the lower part of Nursery Avenue to be kept accessible for residents whom require 24 hours a day access to their home and also direct access for the emergency services. The above was before mentioned, but some reason or another the planning officer has failed to mention in his report to the committee. Since the road is only being widened, why can this not be done in 2 stages, one side first and then the other after, which is normal practice? Works to this area of road should also be undertaken at the start of the project or at the end of the project to minimise disruption for residents. I ask, would any member of the committee want their own elderly family members to be deprived of access to their home? And trust you would agree this is not an unreasonable request. Could members of the committee please condition any approval granted so that there must be immediate access provided to the above-mentioned properties for the residents, the emergency services, posts and deliveries, care workers and doctors? Could Mr Sutty please highlight the area of 27, 29, 31 Nursery Avenue on the site plan for clarity for members of the committee?
Thank you, Tracy. So members have heard these 3 representations, and I'm sure that will form part of your consideration when we deliberate this application. We now have the agent, Yarrick Gasorik, Smith, Scott Mullen and Associates. Are you with us, Yarrick?
Yes, I am indeed.
Can I just welcome you and say to you that you will have 3 minutes to make your presentation, after which I'm sure a number of members, given the conversation we've already had, will be looking to you to help them with an explanation on how the development will progress. So whenever you're ready, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go just to draw your original presentation to a conclusion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So the site at Nursery Avenue is proposed for development of 19 new homes for affordable rent through the Dumfries and Galloway Housing Partnership. The provision of the 7-bed home has been included through the consultation with colleagues in Dumfries and Galloway housing options and homeless service to meet the needs of family who currently reside in unsuitable conditions. Regarding parking, 21 on-street parking spaces are proposed, which is more than the current combined formal and informal parking provision. Additional 10 parking spaces will be located at the junction of Nursery Avenue and Lurban Grove during construction. This is to account for restricted access to the road and to protect health and safety of residents. These parking spaces will be available for residents' use after the construction is completed. No existing or future planned disabled parking is to be removed. In fact, additional disabled parking spaces are planned. What is important, DGHP are working with residents who have particular parking needs to find alternative solutions where the proposed temporary parking is not suitable for the personal circumstances, and that is in progress. Traffic and health and safety. New housing is located along a dead-end street with traffic calming measures. This arrangement guarantees that the traffic will be slow, quiet, and restricted to the local residents only. Suitable construction traffic management plan will be produced to meet planning department expectations. No impact on bus routes is predicted. DGHP are consulting with residents in regarding to the access challenging during construction. Also, the utilities layout has been already altered to facilitate continuous access. The site will be registered under a considered contractor scheme. The contractor will operate an open door policy and will deal with any issues which are raised by residents. And a website and a newsletter will also will be additional means of communicating with residents. This should guarantee that any impact associated with the construction process is kept to absolute minimum. Site conditions, the site investigations, flood risk strategy, relevant surveys have been carried out. They consider ground conditions, presence of the culvert, flood and subsidence risk, etc. Any potential issues have been designed out or mitigated by correct specification according to civil engineering best practice and the local authority guidance. And there is a note about public consultations. The proposal is considered a local development, therefore no formal public consultation was carried out. But indeed, the DGHP do consult residents individually as required, example, in case of problems with parking, access, etc. The consultations are ongoing.
You have 30 seconds to go.
That's me. Thank you very much.
Well done, sir. Thank you very much indeed. I have Pauline Drysdale and Andrew Giusti to speak, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'd just like to go back, to the gabion wall that you're proposing, the crib wall that you're proposing in the development. Could I ask the question, will the tiered gabion wall would be preferable and safer to a crib wall? Have you considered this option? I appreciate that the tiered gabion wall does take up slightly more space at the back of properties, but it does reduce the need for a fencing above it because the drop isn't so much. And it would be much preferable in terms of layout and design and more of a European type of feel for people looking out to the back of their properties direct. So if you could just explain to us your decision-making process as to the crib wall, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
So the gabion walls do take more space, as you say, which in some cases is critical and takes a little bit too much of the garden space. So the space is at premium in this case. So the more efficient solution was preferable. But there is also a few other good things about the crib wall against the gabion wall. So crib wall is simply a more sustainable solution. It's constructed of timber and practically saying with time it turns into a vertical garden. So it does provide additional kind of habitat and with time turns into something that is more attractive to look at as opposed to the gabion wall. Also, the existing topography of the site is what it is. And with gabion walls would not change it. In reality, we would have to still deal with the same level differences. So the crib wall seems to be a better solution on many levels here.
Thanks, Pauline.
Am I able to come back in, Chair? Or
yes, certainly. Aye.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the answer. So what do you propose, Direct, to put above the actual crib wall to stop accidents or incidents? Are you going to be building a fence above that?
Well, currently what is proposed is an 1100 high barrier that is required by the regulations for this type of situations. Other solutions could be considered if it was necessary, but what's currently there is compliant with regulations, I guess. At this point, obviously, the site above is not being developed and potentially will not be developed for quite a while. So that could be looked at again in future if the adjacent site is looked at.
Okay, thank you. As long as it's considered at some stage, I think it's really important, and we'll have to differ on what looks better in this instance, but thank you.
Thanks, Pauline. Andrew Giusti.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually wanting to come in just after the representations from the objectors to see a picture of this build-out that's going to be proposed on the road. But while we've got Jarek here, actually, I could ask Jarek, because he finished off his presentation concerning the consultation with the current residents of Ministry Avenue and the parking issues that they are concerning. So you say that consultation is ongoing, but this application would, if it's approved, would basically be set in stone. That's what would be happening. Have you taken any of their thoughts forward, and have you implemented any of their thoughts into these plans?
So there is two types of concerns about parking. One is when it's associated with construction period, and one is associated with possibly what will happen after. So the consultation about the construction period, the onus is on the developer, i.e. my client, to provide suitable parking solutions in the construction period, and that is happening as we speak. I'm not part of those conversations as directly dealt with by my client, but I'm aware that continuous dialogue is ongoing, and there is lots of solutions being looked at how to accommodate the problems. We already addressed it partially by changing the utilities layouts to facilitate the continuous access to the nursery avenue properties during the construction by locating the utilities in the northern portion of the street and allowing this to be the southern portion next to the properties to be continuously used with some site management to facilitate that. So it is ongoing. There are some solutions already implemented. Another, I guess, response is the assumption that the temporary parking is going to turn into a permanent parking in future, and that is also in response to the general concern about parking spaces. Overall, we provide, with this additional 10 parking spaces planned outside of the planning application, we would provide 10 more parking spaces that currently exist, and depending on need, at least 2 additional disabled parking spaces. So I would say that once the construction process is completed, the parking situation will hugely improve, if anything. And that refers to both disabled and regular parking spaces. And the construction process is obviously a nuisance and always is to some extent. But as I said, the contractor the site will be registered as a considered contractor scheme. The contractor have the open door policy and the means of communicating. So there is a will to get this right, and the residents are definitely not ignored, and the contact is continuous and ongoing, and the solutions are being looked for.
Thank you. Councillor McComb.
Thank you, Chair. Jarek, are you satisfied that there will be no build-up of surface water at the base of the crib wall?
That is I have to put trust in our civil engineer in this case. Civil engineering solutions, and that includes crib wall and surface water drainage, is designed to current best civil engineering best practice and to the local authority guidance. So I would say yes. The answer is yes.
Thanks. You.
Thank you.
You coming back, Jim? No. Okay. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. I'm going back to the issue of the crib wall. I listened with interest to your explanation that you can see this is becoming a vertical garden. I have to ask you how you expect people to garden something which is 15 feet high. I'm sure you're absolutely right that it turns into a weed-infested area eventually. I'm sure you're absolutely right about that. And I'm sure also that it probably does provide a certain amount of habitat. But forgive me, a vertical garden is actually really, I think, quite disingenuous. Have you got any suggestions where we could look for seeing this vertical garden?
I could look for some photographs. Nothing. I don't have anything prepared. To be honest, I did not expect this question. That guidance is something that is relatively new. Definitely occurred before we started to work on this application. So I'm afraid I would be able to prepare something, but not immediately. And in terms of how is that going to be maintained, obviously only portion of that would act as a kind of formal garden in a sense, but you could use the term wild flower meadow type of thing. So this is a quite important type of habitat, and obviously important for bees and so on. So it would be definitely much more attractive solution than a regular retaining wall, which would be a piece of basically a concrete wall or a brick wall. It's definitely a better solution, and considering the topography of the site, it has to be the level of the level difference has to be addressed this way or another. And we looked at all possible options, and that was the one that seemed to be the most friendly and the most space efficient.
Thank you. Do you want to come back, Jane?
Well, yes, I just want to absolutely confirm, if I've got it right, that the orientation of these crib walls is largely northeast. So I'm not certain that it's actually particularly going to be very effective. I just remind members that it's not easy to garden on a northeast-facing slope, vertical slope. I'm also curious. I'm told that space is at a premium, but you don't anticipate developing the next part of the site in the immediate. So I'm curious to know why space is at such a premium.
So my client owns only the portion that is marked as an application boundary. My client does not own the land to the west of the application boundary. So we can only work within the available land within our client's ownership, and this is basically maximum that can be achieved. The remainder of the site will be developed by someone else, and if at all.
Okay, Jane, any other questions? In that case, Eric, thank you very much for your attendance today, and thank you for responses to the questions posed. Members are now in session. Andrew Giuste.
Hi, Chair. Can I just go back? Can I get Chris to bring up the site layouts just so that we can see what the objectives we're talking about with this build out and the implications that has on the parking and the disabled parking that's presently there?
Okay, bear with us, Lara. I'll fix that in a minute. That the one?
That's us, Chair. That's us.
Pardon?
So, yeah, that's us. So can I ask Chris, are those build-outs, are they required by the planning and by the roads department? Sorry, this is just came up new to me.
I believe we still have Ken Druitt if you want to speak to roads. Ken, are you still with us?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am.
Grateful for that. Thanks, Ken. So, Andrew has a question about the layout. Can you see that layout and whether or not the build-outs are a requirement by the Roads Authority or simply a design statement by the applicant?
The build-outs are partially there to act as calming and partially there to situate the parking off the line of the actual driven carriageway.
And was it your design or the developer's design?
We don't design developments, it's the applicant's responsibility to come in with the designs, after which we offer comment and give advice.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Ken. There you go, Andrew.
I come back on that. So, Ken, rather than build-outs, or see these build-outs, because you know what I'm going to come on to here, I'm going to come on to another site in Sandhead where the build-outs were only of, I think it was 10 mil. They were agreed eventually, and there was still ability to park if you had a disabled badge on them. Could we do that here?
Thank you, Chair. The build-outs at Sandhead aren't designed to be parked on. They are designed as traffic calming. They are deliberately 25 mil in height, so that they can be driven over at low speed, such as when somebody is manoeuvring in or out of a driveway. The purpose of these is not so much to do with the traffic calming, but to actually, if you like, get the line of the parked cars off the line of the carriageway, so that we have a clear carriageway for vehicles to manoeuvre both up and down the road. What should be noted is that the plan that you're looking at the moment shows the only existing disabled parking that is there at the moment. There are only 2 disabled parking bays currently. Two more houses in that area have indicated that they would want disabled parking, one of whom has made an application and one of whom hasn't. But we have spoken this week to DGHP and their consultants, and what we are trying to do is to make sure that both during the construction period, those 2 spaces will be mirrored in Laburnum Grove, and post-construction, there will be the ability to put in more disabled bays if the applicants, in accordance with the council policy for disabled bays, comply. So I think there is another plan that that Chris showed at one point that showed 4 indicative disabled parking bays in that area, which is more than there is at the moment. That's not cast in stone. As I said, any application has to be considered against council policy, and that's not something that roads planning get involved in. It's a different department of the council. But the expectation is that post-construction, there will be more disabled parking in that area.
Thanks, Ken. Chair, can I come back on that then, please?
Yeah, but try not to labour it, Andrew.
No, I'm not labouring. I'm going to move that we go with the officer's recommendations to approve. However, I would like to put a condition that those build-outs are...
We're not in session yet, Andrew.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were in session.
No.
Right, I'll wait then.
We've got questions for the applicant's agent at this moment in time, and I've got David McKee now.
It's okay, Chair, it's been addressed.
Councillor McKee's question has been addressed. So, are there any other questions for the applicant's agent? Seems not. In that case, Yarrick, thank you very much for being here today. Thank you for your patience and tolerance in addressing the questions asked. Members are now in session. Councillor Giusti.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I thought that you'd said we were in session. So I would just go with the officer's recommendations with an added condition that those 4 build-outs don't exceed 25 mil.
Okay, we'll see if that can be accommodated if other members are keen on that. So does Andrew have a seconder? Pauline Drysdale.
Yeah, I would second that, Chair.
Thank you. Of Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks, First Chair. You actually did go into session, Jim, after that. Can I just ask a question, please, that Ken was actually on about there? We have got some disabled parking spaces already there, and I'm happy to go with the recommendations, but I do have a concern that we have, we've already went through a process for those disabled parking spaces with road traffic orders and things like that. Would this application stop those road traffic orders?
Ken?
Thank you, Chair. No, the only two disabled parking bays that are subject to the traffic order at the moment are the existing two that are shown on that last plan. As I say, earlier this week it came to our attention that there were more disabled parking bays required, or at least requested, in that area. So they would have to be subject to going through an application and being added to the order if the applicants are found to be compliant. But there's no change to the two existing bays that are already there. There's no order change for those. It should be noted, though, that disabled parking bays, any disabled parking bays that are put in, are available for the use of anybody who has a blue badge. So these no disabled parking bays that we have in the region are tied to a particular applicant. Whilst a single individual may apply for it and be granted a disabled bay, anybody showing a blue badge or displaying a blue badge is entitled to park in them.
So, thanks for that, Ken. In that case, Chair, I'm happy to go with the recommendations.
Thanks very much, Archie. I've got Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, I would like to draw members' attention back to our policies that we agreed to in February 20. And that one in particular, I go back to it. It is LDP 2 Supplementary Guidance, dated February 2020, Design Quality and Placemaking, in which it quite clearly states that you must usually avoid unnatural land changes and the use of retaining wall structures. Now, we agreed that. We agreed that within the last year. And my view is that there is a number of properties here which simply do not comply with our policies. And I think, members, that we should be upping our game and particularly following our own policies. And so I'm going to suggest that we actually do not agree this. We refuse this application on the basis that it does not comply with our guidance, our supplementary guidance, which is the material consideration. I think, just as an aside, I think Stranraer and all of our people, particularly for affordable housing, they deserve the best quality of housing. And so, as I say, I suggest that we refuse this application and permit the developer to come back with a better layout, which avoids the use of these oppressive 15-foot walls at the end of really quite modest gardens. I'll leave it like
Jane. That. If I heard you right when you read out that policy, the first thing you said was the word usually. And the applicant's agent quite rightly said this was a constrained site and they had challenges fitting these properties in. I've no issue with the point you're making, but the policy does say usually, so that doesn't mean always, and anything we do can be done contrary to policy on a unique or one-off basis. So Jane has put up a proposal that we do not approve this on the basis set out by Councillor Maitland. Do we have a seconder for that? It does not look like it, Jane. Pauline, you've already seconded something else. We're not having a discussion. I'm seeing if there's a seconder for Councillor Maitland. If not, then I presume you'll want your dissent recorded. Now, Pauline, I'll come to you now, but we can't have a discussion. You've made a seconding of a motion put forward by Councillor Giusti. But I'll ask you to come in, Pauline.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I wasn't actually going to second it, but I just wanted to go through the correct procedures to see if we could impose some kind of detailed condition as to this proposed wall that is slightly more in keeping with the decisions that we made. on LDP2. There are alternatives to this structure, despite the lack of space, and I think that really has to be considered. So that's the point I would like to make. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Pauline, but you did second a move to approve as set out in the papers, with the exception of a condition that the build-outs were not to exceed 25 centimetres, I think it was Andrew had asked for. You agreed that, so you can't then come back with an alternative view and want something else done. You've seconded a proposal put forward by another colleague in the planning committee. So if you want to review that, Pauline,
Chair,
by all means.
Apologies. I am mistaken with my actions here due to my lack of experience. I should know that. I apologise. So I will renege on what I've said, but I'll stick to my seconding of Councillor Giusti.
Thanks very much for that, Pauline. Thank you. Jane, do you want your dissent recorded?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, what a pity. I very specifically said the word usually in order that I was not going to mislead any member. But the fact is that there is no particular reason why this should be so constrained and made so unpleasant for people to live in. I think people might regret this decision. Yes, please, I want my dissent recorded. Thanks.
Thank you, Jane. In that case, it's not a unanimous, but it's a decision of the committee based on a motion by Councillor Giusti, seconded by Councillor Drysdale with an additional condition. Can you just confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to conditions as detailed in the report, with the additional condition that the 4 build-outs do not exceed 25 millimetres I had here, not centimetres. Is that correct, Councillor Giusti?
Andrew, is that right?
That's correct. No more than 25 millimetres in height.
Thank you. And
I've
Councillor
recorded
Maitland dissent recorded, Tracy. Thank you, and thanks, Councillor Maitland. We come on to our next application, which is an application for the erection of 64 dwelling houses, formation of access and associated open space and infrastructure at site adjacent to the former Interfloor factory, Edinburgh Road, Dumfries. This is a full application. Reference number 19/1895/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. And Case Officer again, Chris McTeer. Chris, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. The application is in front of members today as it constitutes major development under the hierarchy of developments. If we can have the first slide, please. So as we can see, the application site is located adjacent to the former Interfloor factory in Heath Hall in Dumfries. It's I think best described as slightly irregular shaped application site, running to approximately 3.12 hectares in size. It is an allocated housing site in LDP2, and the part that sort of branches off to the south and east of the site runs into an adjacent mixed-use site, although the mixed use does include housing there. Next. So turning to the site layout, the development is mainly focused around about a distributor road, housing facing onto that, with a secondary road leading what you can see to the east, but it's actually to the south because just for ease of use, the plan's turned on its side. So north, as you can see, is facing out to the left-hand side of the picture there. Site access is taken from a new access within the bounds of Lochthorne Library, which in turn is accessed from an existing access of the A701. There's a large area of open space to the what is essentially the south of the site, which you can see containing the Suds Pond, and it runs around about to the right-hand side of the plan there. In terms of connectivity, there's the one main road access. but members can see there that there are several links out to the Caledonian Cycleway, which is to the north of this picture, but in actuality runs down the east of the site, and there's further pedestrian and cycle access onto the A701. Next slide, please. Just turning to some of the site photos. This is the existing junction as it stands just now. From the A701 next. This is the area of the new access. So what you can see in front of you with the two cars there, that's to be removed, and the main site access is going into there. The next slide shows an area of green space. So the parking that will be lost, where you saw the vehicles in the previous slide, will be accommodated in this space here. Next slide. This is a view across the site, taken from the corner of the Caledonian Cycleway and Lochthorne Library. So you can see the extent of the site down to the Interfloor factory in the left-hand side of the picture, and the properties at Lochthorne Cottages and the further buildings, Public House, Tyre Centre and GP surgery in the distance behind those. Next slide is the Caledonian Cycleway, so that runs down the entirety of the eastern side of the site. Next. This one is another view from the bottom of the site. So what you can see again is Lochthorne Cottages and the Interfloor factory to the left, and the site extends out to the left of the picture. This is the sort of the point where the site narrows down a little. Next slide. This one's taken from the corner of the site just at the junction with the A701. So the junction was to the back of me as I was taking this photo, and again shows the extent of the site, reasonably level, and the abandoned or former factory site in the background there. Next slide. This is just to the right-hand side of Lochthorne Cottages. So again, it just shows the extent of the site. And this is looking back across to Heath Hall and the Caledonian Cycleway. Next slide. This is an existing access to the site from the A701, and it's potentially going to be used as a construction access for the site. Next slide. I think this is the last photograph that I have on this. So this is just at the corner of Lochthorne Cottages, looking back out across the side. Next slide should be some of the house types. There are a variety of house types proposed for the 64 dwellings in the site. I haven't listed every single one of them, but I have given you just a flavour of what's to be expected on site. The dwelling houses are mainly a mix of semi-detached and terrace dwellings, mainly 2 stories, but with some single-storey elements in that as well. Depending on the house type, the dwellings are going to be finished in white render with feature cladding in masonry, again depending on the house type. Roofs are going to be a fairly uniform flat profile, slate grey concrete tile, and windows and doors to be grey UPVC. So this is house type A. It's called AA because it's 2 type A house types together. Next slide. House type AD. The house types are a mix for various uses. Next slide. It's house type C, or CC, since it's 2 C's together. This is the single-storey one. And the next slide shows a mix of some of the terrace ones now. Again, this is a mix of 2-storey and single-storey, housing for various uses, and provides a bit of visual differentiation between the house types on site. So this is a terrace of house type CS, type B, and type H. Next slide. Again, this is 2 house type CSs together. Next slide. CSGGCS kind of speaks for itself, that one. Next slide. House type DH. And next slide. Again, that's a fairly standard.
Chair, could you just see that one in the light?
Yes.
The picture before this.
Could you go
picture
back one,
before
Lara?
that?
Yep.
Where's the door for that house up the top? There was one earlier on, it didn't show a door either.
It's down, it's the picture below. It's
Each one shows the front and the back, Joe. The top's the front and the bottom's the back, or vice versa.
They've just switched them around about so as we get deceived. Thanks. Thank you.
That's okay. Yep, that's the last one there. So that's 3 house type Gs together with that one. Turning to the site itself, this application that we've received is, I think it could be argued, it's a fairly beneficial redevelopment of what is in essence quite a significant brownfield site within Dumfries, or just outside of Dumfries, and it's providing a significant amount of affordable housing. The site is intended to be developed by Cunningham Housing Association, which, as we all know, is one of our housing partners for that. And for the reasons outlined in the report, it's recommended that this application is is approved subject to the conditions listed in the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Members, any questions for the case officer? I've got David McKee and then Jeff Lever.
Just as a matter of interest, do we look for a certain amount to be accessible by disabled people for these houses?
Hey, Chris?
Not so much in the planning. I mean, it will be for the registered social landlords to apportion them, but there will be certain house types that will be, sort of DDA compliant, or ones that will be specifically for people with wheelchairs or what have you. But that will be included in the housing mix. But that kind of follows on from what we're looking at today, if that makes sense.
Thanks, Councillor McKee. Councillor Lever.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm quite happy with the application, but the view to the south from the site onto the old Interfloor building, in all honesty, it's an eyesore. I noticed in condition 7 it refers to plantings, etc. Are these in any way going to mitigate the view to the derelict but listed Interfloor plant?
Chris?
It'll go some way towards screening it, yes. As you rightly say, there's some woodland replanting to go in, along with the wider site planting. Obviously, the factory building is out with the application site, and it is a fairly substantial listed building. I'm sure I don't need to kind of labour the problems that have been existing with that particular building over time. But I'm hopeful that the planting scheme that's in there will go some way to mitigate the views from the people that will be living there.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Jeff. John Young.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Chris, for your presentation. Is there any way we as a council can ask a developer like Springfield Properties to consider putting solar panels on all these wonderful flat roofs in all these buildings?
Chris?
I think some of the house types contain PV panels, although I think the agents will be on later, so that might be something you want to address specifically to them. But I'm fairly sure that some of them have a requirement for the PV panels. It could be that there's a building standards requirement for them these days. David's nodding, so yes, there is. So I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Chris. So we'll come back when the developer's on his presentation. John Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chris, for your presentation. I'm just wondering who owns the access route, by the library, and have they sought, the owner's permission to develop that as an access route? And during your previous conversations with the applicant, was there any discussion of actually bringing, you know, the construction material in through either a temporary route quite close to the factory where there's a kind of used car lot, which would, in my view, look a bit more sensible?
Chris?
Yep, no problem. The land that the access is proposed from belonged to the council, and I believe the discussions about the disposal of that particular piece of ground have been ongoing and agreed. The other points to note for access is that the access from the trunk road has been agreed in principle with Transport Scotland. There was a plan that the developers have submitted, which Transport Scotland are more or less in agreement with. So there's not really a barrier to access there. Turning to the construction side of it, we are there's a condition requiring the submission of a construction traffic management plan. So the detail of how construction access will begin will need to be set out in that particular document, but logic would dictate that the existing access would be used for construction vehicles, at least in the beginning.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Andy Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. Chris, I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask this, but I'm looking at inconsistency across the piece here. We agreed a development earlier today, which is for extra care sheltered housing, and they're paying a developer's contribution towards education, yet the development we've just talked about in Stranraer and this one aren't. So how are we getting consistency here? It doesn't even make any sense, and I totally get it. They should be taken on their own merits, but I think it's probably a question for elsewhere, but could you explain to us how you arrive at there's no merit here for any contributions?
I think it says in the report these are social housing, therefore there isn't a requirement on a social landlord to do that. But Chris, can you help Andy?
Yeah, I think the development that Councillor Ferguson was referring to was the requirement was for a contribution to open space and not education. I think that was the Lincluden Parish Church site that we were talking about before. But generally speaking, we wouldn't ask for education contributions for affordable housing sites. It's a stance that we've taken across all RSL applications for the last few years now.
Thanks, Chris.
Come back in, Jim.
Yeah, thanks,
Actually,
Andy.
just referring back, and I didn't want to harp on because we've a lot of business to get through. 4.16 of the papers for the Lincluden development actually say that the education advised the contribution would be £386 per nursery, which would mean there would be £4,250.40 for the proposed development. So it is there, and it's for nursery education. So what's the difference between there and the other two? I'm not asking Chris to do the answer because I appreciate that's something that'll probably have to get discussed elsewhere. But to me, it's a huge inconsistency. We need to sort something out.
Chair,
I'm sure there's an explanation further in the paper why that was discounted. David, do you want to help?
Chair, if I can clarify, I would refer members to page 39. The Lincluden Parish Church, the contribution is specifically for open space provision because education contribution is not required because it's an RSL. So we have been consistent. The same issue applies to the one in Stranraer. So the likelihood table said that there isn't, in any event, a requirement. But it's not part of what the committee considered or agreed this morning was a recommendation for education. Again, it's on page 50. So I'm afraid that's an incorrect statement.
I think,
Jim, can I come back? David, thanks for correcting me. In that case, then, why was that sentence in the report if it wasn't relevant? I think that's more. It's actually more misleading. We can sort that offline, Jim. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine, Andy, and I'm sure it's not the first time other members have said we need to stop this and just take contributions for every development in the region, and that itself will bring challenges as well. But I'm sure you're right, Andy, we can have a discussion and see where that leads us offline. And thanks for your forbearance on that, Andy. I think that's everybody that wanted to take questions for officers. Jane Maitland. Oh, Jane, sorry, you're coming in. Jane Maitland, Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to have some help, please, from the officer with respect to the material matter of the development brief for the former Interfloor factory site. Because in the introduction of that, it is quite clear that Historic Environment Scotland was consulted and agreed that this should not be developed in a piecemeal way. And I would ask that this probably is being developed in a piecemeal manner with the way that we're dealing with it. Can I have some sort of explanation as to why we've departed from the guidance?
Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the guidance that we have is a development brief, and you're right enough. It is a material planning consideration rather than adopted supplementary guidance. I suppose we have to try and strike the balance between having some beneficial redevelopment of the site versus the site just lying as it is. It is a very tricky site, and the issues round about the Interfloor factory site are well documented. I mean, I suppose going forward, we have had an application out with this application site for a car showroom. It is that would be an acceptable sort of mixed use, which the factory site in itself contains, but part of the mixed use site was a sort of nod towards housing, which in this case we have got, although to a limited extent, because it does the application that we have here covers the main allocated housing site, which is about as far away from the factory as it's possible to be. So. It's not that we haven't sort of discounted the development brief. It's very much we do recognise that it is a very substantial B-listed building of pretty significant. It's pretty significant in terms of its industrial history of the site, but it did form part of the consideration. But in the round, we think that the application that we have here is a good redevelopment. Certainly, it's a very good start to redeveloping this site.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Jane. If there are no other questions for the case officer, this is a major application, so there are 5-minute opportunities for speakers. So we have one statement to be read out from John Howell, and then we have the applicant after that. So Tracy, can you read the statement, please?
Mr. Chair, yeah, statement from John Howell. There are two matters I wish to draw to the attention of members. Firstly, the lack of any safe pedestrian and cycle crossing measures on the A701 where the new cycleway emerges from the development site. Secondly, the lack of appropriate cycle parking at each property. The development includes a cycleway running south-west to north-east across the site. This connects the A701 with the Caledonian Cycleway and the cycleway connections to Downsway, i.e. this new path connects to all of Heath Hall. The new cycleway meets the A701 opposite the Lochar Inn and just north of Lochthorne Medical Centre and Pharmacy. As a shorter, more direct route, this new path is obviously going to be used by pedestrians and cyclists going between these attractions, the development and the overall Heath Hall area. Yet there are no proposals to help these people cross the A701 at this point. Worryingly, one of the grounds of objection was the very lack of crossing provision and cycleway connections from the site to the medical centre, yet this is not included in the summary of the grounds of objection in the report. Pedestrians and cyclists trying to cross the A701 at the end of this new path is self-evidently a road safety issue and therefore a planning matter. We shouldn't need to wait on this development being built for this issue to become apparent and then retrospectively try to address it. Rather, this obvious issue should be addressed as part of this application. In a very brief response to the objectors raised, the developer rejects this issue on the basis that this area is out with the control of the applicant and was within the gift of Transport Scotland. This is incorrect, as the planning improvements to the Library Junction are similarly out with the control of the applicant. LDP policy T2 advises that all development proposals will be expected to incorporate appropriate off-site mitigation measures where required, and that these might include improvements or additions to the walking and cycling network. With regard to the cycle parking, the National Roads Development Guide adopted by the Council requires one secure covered space per dwelling, none if garage or secure area is provided within curtilage of dwelling. The developer claims that each property will have a secure garden within its curtilage. This is incorrect, as the fence between properties is only 1.2 metre high, not the 1.8 at outer and boundaries. Therefore, each property is not secure in its own curtilage. Given the proximity of the Caledonian Cycleway and the good connection within the site, high cycle ownership seems likely. Therefore, appropriately, i.e. secure and covered cycle parking provision should be made for each house. In conclusion, any approval of this application should include further conditions requiring 1. Firstly, the provision of a safe and convenient crossing on the A701 for pedestrians and cyclists at or in very close proximity to where the proposed new cycleway meets the A701, and a cycleway along the A701 from there to the medical centre, and 2. The provision of secure and covered cycle parking provision for each new house.
Thank you, Tracy. So, members, you'll note that objection. We now come to Sandra Lindsay, Springfield Properties, and I take it Mark Mahari, Callum Adam and Alan Somerville will be joining us with some degree of specialism in each of their fields. But you have collectively 5 minutes. Sandra, are you and your colleagues with us?
Yes, they are.
Super. So 5 minutes, Sandra, for your presentation. Then please, if everybody will wait in case members have questions for you, that would be appreciated. Whenever you're ready, and I will give you a 30-second reminder to draw your presentation to a conclusion.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. I don't really intend to say a lot because Chris has been quite comprehensive in his report and in his remarks today. I just wanted to say a few words and let my design colleague, Mark Mahari, speak about energy efficiency measures, and then give a minute to our partners, Cunningham Housing Association, so they can talk about their involvement. This is the first time that Springfield partnerships have worked in Dumfries and Galloway, and I wanted to thank the colleagues in Roads and Planning for working collaboratively with us throughout the planning process. As Chris has highlighted, we've produced a development scheme which works around the key constraints of the site, but offers betterment to the wider Heath Hall area. It will provide much needed homes and hopefully the beginnings of the redevelopment of the wider Interfor site. We've tried to build on the excellent transport links the site has. I don't think we've ever had a site that's been so well located for bus stops, for cycle routes and for walking connections, and I feel that we've utilised them the best that we can, making the site permeable and accessible to all, from the outside in and from the inside out. The additional residents that this will bring to Heath Hall will help support the local community, utilising the library and the local facilities, and the upgrades to the Library Junction will hopefully assist with access and egress to the facility when they are complete. This development is included within the SHIP for funding for affordable homes and will also provide local employment opportunities. We've built about 2,000 new affordable homes in Scotland for clients such as Kingdom, the Wheatley Group, Clyde Valley, Eildon, Link, Berwickshire and many other councils including Murray and Highlands. We've got a high specification for our homes and an excellent reputation for quality and reliability, and one of the features that we pride ourselves on is the energy efficiency measures that are included as standard. With Dumfries and Galloway declaring a climate emergency, this is something that I think we should touch on further. Mark, do you want to say a few words?
Yep, thank you, Sandra. My name is Mark Mahari. I'm Springfield Properties Architect. Springfield's ethos, I guess, there's a kind of perception of the volume house builder that they do the absolute minimum when it comes to sustainability. And that couldn't be further from the truth with Springfield. One of the reasons I actually work for them. The ethos is driven that we provide highly sustainable homes. It was touched upon earlier. and I'll answer it in more detail in terms of the solar panels, etc. But fabric first approach, we build much more insulation into the building, triple glazing. We use technology. There's the silver sustainability standard through the building regulations. We go over and above and tick all the aspects of that to ensure basically that we're providing a highly efficient property, and at the end of the day, social clients, more so I guess than privately owned properties, benefit greatly from a vastly reduced utility bills, which again, as Sandra says, it goes a long way to addressing fuel poverty. I'd just like to pass you over to our client, Cunningham.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Callum Adam I'm a development manager from Cunningham Housing Association. I just really wanted to touch on our involvement with Springfield. Obviously, it's more from a kind of mix in demand and what was required in the area. So basically, we've worked in conjunction with Homes for D&G to try and produce a housing mix for the site which meets the local requirements of the area. As you're probably aware, Dumfries, in terms of volume, has the kind of largest waiting list for social housing for rent in the Dumfries and Galloway area. So this is obviously going to meet some of that demand. There's 64 properties and homes in total, and around about a third of them, so 19 of them, will be amenity properties, which are for people with kind of an ambulant disability. So these people require level access to the property, front and back, and also level access shower arrangements. So there's bungalows and there's also ground floor cottage flats, a floor and a block, which meet this requirement. 19 of them in total, as I say. And there's also 4 properties which are suitable for wheelchair users, 2 bedroom bungalows.
You've got 30 seconds to go, folks.
And there's also 2 larger house types, which are 4-bed, but they have got a ground floor bedroom for any member of the family who is a wheelchair user, and also ground floor showering facilities. So we think that this is a building, this is a site which is ticking a lot of boxes in terms of local demand, not only for housing and single households and single people, but also for disabled people as well. Okay.
Thanks very much, folks. That's really helpful. You've brought us on just about on time. But if you'd all like to remain, please, in case some of the colleagues have a question for you. I have Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a question actually about these high utility amenity houses for people with disabilities or ambulatory problems, as you called them. Are the properties that are kind of set aside, are they able to be adapted as the person's condition deteriorates? Or are they fixed? Have you got into the plans for building these houses that they can live in their house for life, and then the house can change around about them rather than move them somewhere else?
Hi, Chair. Is it okay to speak?
Oh, sorry, I'm just letting you guys go ahead. I'll just interrupt if need be. If a member asks a question, please just answer it, aye.
I think, as Callum touched on, we've tried to provide a variety, a housing mix to accommodate as much people as we can. But in terms of kind of future provision, I mean, the space standards that are within these houses are much more generous than what you would expect in a private house. We've ticked all the boxes for housing for varied needs, which is a requirement under government funding, as you're probably all aware of. So in terms of the flexibility, the space is there to adapt the properties internally to meet the needs of the occupier. And as Callum touched on, there's family homes, 4-bedroom family homes who have full ground floor accommodation in terms of sleeping arrangement and showering facilities. So, and likewise, the 11 bungalows as well as the ground floor amenity cottage flats. So the site is definitely well equipped for any kind of future provision and adaptability.
Mark, that's very reassuring. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks, Andy. John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. I did raise the question with the case officer about access into the site. I do have a concern that heavy lorries will be using the access by the library. I mean, that could be quite a busy area at the time. I see that there is a condition for a traffic management plan, and I would hope that you could maybe give us some assurance that you would work with the case officer to, find an alternative route for heavy goods vehicles. But I mean, I'm sure he could still go ahead and implement, the construction work round about the car park, but try and avoid that with, the construction lorries. I'm just wondering if you can give us that assurance.
Yeah, we'll obviously be working on a traffic management plan for the construction phase of the development, and that'll be done in conjunction with your planning authority, your roads authority and Police Scotland. So we'll have to make sure that whatever we're doing, those authorities are happy with them before we can actually move on and start development on site.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. John Young, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I enjoyed that presentation, particularly hearing these new properties are going to be highly energy efficient. I asked the case officer earlier about solar panels. Could you give me an indication of how many houses will have solar panels and what the generating capacity of these panels will be? Thank you.
Yep, I would just like to address that none of the houses will have solar panels. Now, that's purely because our approach is actually slightly different. We do a full fabric approach first. As I'd mentioned, we do highly efficient fabric, more insulation. That essentially means as soon as someone turns on their heating, there'll be absolutely very little heat loss over a certain period of time. All the windows and doors triple glazing. Therefore, the biggest demand on these properties is hot water demand. So solar panels, photovoltaics, the producing electricity, that's not something that obviously helps with the hot water demand on any properties. So we're producing a technology, or proposing, a technology it's called wastewater heat recovery. So essentially what it does is, we'll try and keep this as brief and untechnical as possible. It essentially takes hot water that you generally wasted straight out your drain of your bath and your shower, and it helps to preheat the incoming hot water as it then comes back out. It's not mixed at any point, it's not recycled as such, it's a tube, with a pipe within another tube. So generally it means then that your heating is, your gas boiler is having to work much less to heat your hot water.
Can I just, sorry, can I just jump in there as well and just add that I don't know if how many councillors are aware of our developments that we've recently completed in Gretton and Annan, but both of them had provision for PVs on the roofs or photovoltaics, but these houses do not, but they're actually more energy efficient, as Mark kind of touched on. The fact that beefed up the insulation and the triple glazing, which our previous developments didn't have. So although maybe physically you can't see the energy efficient measures, they're actually, these ones are actually designed to a higher standard. So it is something that we are focused on and we're trying to increase all the time.
Thank you, John. Did you want to come back?
No, I'm a wee bit disappointed, to be quite honest here, because the generation of electricity throughout the house, your lighting, etc., would be helped. And I mean, it is still very worthwhile, in my humble opinion, to have PVs on the roof. I mean, I have them myself, and the amount of money they save me every year is quite incredible. But very pleased to hear about such a highly efficient housing system. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Councillor Maitland, Jane.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to commend the imaginative mix and the energy efficiency of this development. I think it's a good example of what can be done. I'm still sad that it's not actually doing what we asked to do with respect to the design guidance and the guidance that we had. And I noticed that that at one point consideration was asked through that guidance for the development of a heat and energy network because it's located over the Dumfries aquifer. Did you actually consider that at all as another way of helping the energy efficiency?
What do you want to?
Sorry, folks, just help
microphone.
yourself.
Got your microphone in? Yeah, to be honest, we have looked at doing those kind of developments elsewhere with energy efficiency measures, but what we find is because our fabric, we do fabric first and foremost, we do actually have relatively high energy efficiency from our house types. Mark, I don't know if you want to talk about the silver sustainability standards and the aspects that we meet.
Yeah, I think that is quite important, and there's obviously, as part of the building standards and meeting the silver sustainability that's built into the silver standards, there is various methods to achieve that, and solar panels absolutely is one of them. It is using a fabric first approach, you use much less heating, therefore, as I said earlier, the demand is much more on hot water. In fact, it's on any new development, any new houses, 78% energy usage is through hot water. So our approach is using new technology. Well, it has been on the market for at least 5 years to help generate that. That we feel that that's a much better approach. And in terms of the life cycle of the building, that technology it never wears. So photovoltaics do tend to wear over time and generally will need replaced after a life cycle of 25, 30 years, I believe, although it is improving. So that's where we come from in terms of the kind of design ethos on the energy efficiency.
Thanks, Jane. Jeff Lever.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm very pleased with what I'm hearing about the quality of the build which is intended for this. But as one of the local members, together with Councillor Hislop, we know the problem with the interfloor site. It's not the most attractive view in the world. What do you intend doing to try and mitigate that?
We will obviously, as part of the planning conditions, have to submit a landscape proposal, and part of that will obviously be to try and screen whatever we can from the interfloor factory. The problem is, of course, going to be the interfloor factory is particularly tall, and there's obviously going to be only so much that we can do in the way of screening that building at the moment. I suppose what we can only hope is that by bringing high quality development to the periphery of the factory, that it might spur on development of some description of the actual factory, because out with that, the factory's out with our control, and there's not really that much we can do about how it looks at the moment, I'm afraid. I'd rather just be honest and hold my hands up and say, we'll do what we can, but we can't build trees that are that tall.
Thanks, Jeff. Councillor Maitland suggests that she doesn't think you've answered her question. Is there something you can add to the question, or is it just hanging as is? Jane, do you want to repeat your question?
It was about the aquifer. It was actually using what was underneath the properties, and the fact that that's what was suggested by the guidance. That's
Yeah, no. To be honest, we didn't really look at that option. We are conscious that we're working for an affordable housing provider that's got limited finances from the Scottish Government, and what we tend to find that looking at alternative solutions like that become costly. So I'm going to hold my hands up and say no, we didn't.
You certainly get an answer, Jane. If there are no other members looking to make any questions, I have a question for you which is sort of more basic. You talk about quality of build, and my experience in my ward is the least popular type of house available for let is always a flat Folk don't like that type of approach. Given the size of the site, is there no option to amend flatted developments to a mere, I don't say acceptable because that wouldn't be fair, but most folk aspire to their own front door at ground level nowadays than a flatted arrangement. And it's just a thought, it certainly wouldn't get doing well in some of the more rural locations that I represent.
I think that's probably a question for Callum in terms of demand and your waiting list in the area, Callum.
Yeah. I think there's a combination of things here. It was about trying to get the right density. So obviously, if you get some 4 block flats in, that can increase the density. But there was also the question, which is quite a tricky one, is there's quite a high demand for 1-bed properties in the area. So half of the 4 block flats are 1 bed, and it's really trying to accommodate 1 beds. When you're trying to accommodate kind of 1-bed houses or 1-bed bungalows, there's quite a lot of land associated with that. But having looked at the demand, it seems to be the demand in the area is substantial. So we don't have any concerns that these 4 blocks arrangements will be snapped up. I do take your point about the front and back door, and we certainly find that if it's a block of flats off a close, that's particularly unpopular. But people seem to be still keen on a kind of 4 block arrangement, so we don't really see that as being an issue.
Okay, Callum, thanks for that. Thanks, Sandra, and thanks, Mark. Good to see you all, and thanks for your presentation today. Members, we're in session. Archie?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Again, looking at the recommendations of this and the conditions that are applied to this particular application, I have no problem putting this forward for approval as suggested in the recommendations.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hislop, then Councillor Maitland, then I'll look for a seconder unless they're proposing to second your motion. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, it was just to say that I will second Councillor Driver's motion. I think some of the issues that were raised by the objectors with regard to accessibility, I think this is one of the most accessible sites I've seen for a while. You've got a cycle path, bus routes that actually, I would think, encourage you from going on cars to the town rather than locking you into car usage. And I think the applicants have shown some novel ideas with the heating of the water and good quality of build to make sure that they're efficient. So happy to second Councillor Driver.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Councillor Maitland.
Thanks, Chairman. Yes, there is nothing fundamentally wrong with the development as it stands. I'm absolutely with other members, but I am depressed again that we appear to be ignoring what we've agreed not so terribly long ago. And I'm afraid that what you're doing by accepting piecemeal development of this is condemning that interfloor building to destruction. I think as night follows day, there will be an application to demolish that. And bearing in mind that it was a building, one of the very first ferroconcrete buildings in this country, run by a woman, and it made and sold electric cars. Seems to be a slight irony in all of that. And we are now going to be presiding over its almost inevitable demise. I've got one technical question to ask. Since we are ignoring the guidance that Historic Environment Scotland signed up to, and we haven't spoken to them, should we have spoken to them because we are actually ignoring that guidance? That's a technical question.
Okay, I wish I'd asked it earlier, but David probably can help us with that.
Thank you, Chair. It's probably best just to refer members to page 90 in paragraphs 411, 413, which sort of do cover the planning guidance. When we produced the planning guidance, and certainly I'm sure Councillor Hislop and I think Lever were involved in discussions about trying to produce that in place in the first instance. It really was looking at the overall site and looking particularly at the interfloor factory itself and trying to see if there was anything we could do to bring forward the development of that building, which is listed, as Councillor Maitland correctly says. It does have an interesting history, but it is sadly in a very poor condition now. The guidance was produced, but in paragraph 4.13, it does quote from the guidance and say, given the size of the site and the scale of the building, it is likely it will be developed in a series of phases. So I think our thinking on this one was, yes, in an ideal world, we would like to see it all brought together. But here, it's better to have a bird in the hand, as has been said by the applicant's agent there, that if you do this and do it well, there's always the hope that that could pump prime interest in the adjacent sites, but I'm not under any illusions that that's going to be a very difficult site to develop. In terms of Historic Environment Scotland, because that's only planning guidance, it's not statutory, and there's no actual effect on any listed building within this site, they're not a statutory consultee, so we didn't have to bring them on board. They were brought on board for the planning guidance because it did involve the listed building itself.
Thanks, David. Hope that satisfies you, Jane, although I'd have to kind of, I'm reluctant to kind of agree with you. There was a site in my area where a full application was required for 3 different owners, and it will never be implemented. We knew that when it was asked in the first place, so I have a sympathy with your thoughts, but that's not for today. We have a proposal from Councillor Dryborough, seconded by Councillor Hislop. Are there any alternative proposals? In that case, it's a unanimous decision. Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Yes, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions as detailed in the report.
Thank you. Members, we come to agenda item 10, application for the erection of dwelling house and detached garage and installation of septic tank and soakaway at Green Acres, Moosall, Dumfries. The application type is full planning permission, reference number 20/1226/full. The recommendation is to approve subject conditions, and the case officer should have been Carla Livingston. Who's taken it? David. David, take us through the presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Carla's Thursdays are a non-working day for Carla, so I'll cover that one for her. This one is before yourselves because of an objection from a statutory consultee, namely the local community council. If we can have a look at the slides, please. That shows you the location of the site. Members with a good memory will recall that there were 2 applications before yourselves quite recently. There was the planning permission in principle for 2 houses for what would you call it, the southwest, I suppose, part of the site that came to committee in October 2018, and then the matters specified in conditions application was also approved by the committee in May 2019. And those were both single-storey houses, and this is really just the remaining site within the overall complex, which within pretty much a walled garden that existed before. Next slide, please. And that just shows you, zooming in a bit more, so you can see Green Acres lies immediately to the southeast of the application site. That's what was the original property in the overall site, and then you've had 2 under construction next door, and then this is the remaining one. Next, please. This shows the layout of the proposed house, and you can see that there is some satisfactory window-to-window distance with the other new house that's being built. Next, please. And that's the proposed house. It's single-storey, design and materials very similar to the ones which have been approved already nearby, and it's a double garage is also proposed within the grounds. Next, please. An aerial photo just of the same thing, basically. And the next. So this is looking sort of northwest. South Lodge is the house across the access that you can see there. The site has at some point been subject to soil being mounded up on the site, so that would be obviously removed and levelled out to make room for the house. Next, please. That's just looking further up towards it. You'll note that in the background there's some trees at the perimeter of the site, and that's related, that's covered in conditions, which I'll come on to. And panning round to the right from that, that's Greenacre itself. And the next photo should show that's Greenacre, and then you can see the two new house sites under construction. And I think that's it. So it is recommended for approval. We see this as a logical infill and rounding off. It would, however, I think we'd have to put down a marker at this point and say, really, that is it. I don't think there's any prospect of putting another house in. We note the objections from the Community Council about servicing and access, but you'll note there's no objections from Scottish Water or the Roads Officer. The only significant conditions we're recommending are really to do with the trees at the north of the site, where we're looking for a survey to be done of those trees. And then there's a second condition requiring that any trees which are identified as being retained should be retained and protected during the construction as well. So overall, we're recommending approval. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, David. There are no registered speakers. So are there any members with any views? If not, Jane?
Just very briefly, I have a feeling that we removed permitted development rights in the other two houses because they were on such a small curtilage. I've just got that in my mind. I can't remember. And would it be appropriate, bearing in mind this too is on a fairly restricted curtilage and certainly quite close facing each other, if you see what I mean.
Thanks for that, Jane. David?
Chair, yes, indeed, Councillor Maitland's a very good memory. I think that's entirely correct, because they were quite tight plots. They were acceptable in themselves, but the idea of being able to develop more without being able to control that did cause concern. This site is actually probably proportionally slightly larger than the individual sites there, but because of the trees, I think that is actually quite a sound condition. I wish I'd thought of that myself, so yes, I'd be happy to attach that as an additional condition.
There you go, Jane. You've passed the memory test with flying colours. If there are no other members looking to speak, given the condition that's suggested by Jane as being attached, are members happy to agree the officer recommendation as set out in the report?
Agreed.
Thank you, folks. We move on to agenda item 11, an application of two dwelling houses and formation of acoustic bund at Bill Hazelton, Topping Head, Kirkpatrick Fleming. The application type's full application, reference number 200857-full, and the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Claire Eckstein. Hi Claire, will you just take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. This application has been referred to committee because there's an objection by a statutory consultee, in this instance the local community council. This first slide shows the site which is bounded to the northwest by the B6357, to the northeast by the M74, and then to the south by the West Coast main line. Next. This shows the layout of the houses facing towards the B6357, with the acoustic bund on the along the northeast boundary, parallel to the motorway. Next, this is the proposal for two identical T-shaped detached bungalows. Next. This shows the detail of the acoustic bund, which is 4.5 metres high and runs parallel to the motorway. Next. This shows an aerial photograph of the site showing Bill Hazelton the nearest other neighbouring property, Willoughby, the application site itself, the phone mast and the West Coast railway line. Next. So this is the entrance off the site of the B6357 with Wallaby to the right of the photograph. And then next, so this is panning right against for the previous photograph. Next. This shows back into the site itself, looking back towards Wallaby and the entrance of the B road with the sort of entrance gates and the hedge which forms the boundary with Willoughby. And this is the existing outbuildings to the left of Bill Hazelton. These will be demolished for the site of the new houses. Next. And then this is looking along the east and northeastern boundary with the A74, and that will be where the acoustic bundle will be positioned just to the right-hand side of the phone mast. Next. So this is me looking back towards Bill Hazelton from the entranceway with the outbuildings to be demolished on the right. Next. And then this is actually Bill Hazelton itself with the outbuildings again to be demolished. And then panning right again towards Willoughby and with the buildings to be demolished. As noted in the report, the application is for 2 dwelling houses and is considered against policy H2, development in villages, and is considered as a suitable infill site as it lies between Bill Hazelton and Willoughby. As detailed in the report, there are a couple of key issues which are raised, which relate to, firstly, the archaeology, which the council archaeologist has raised no objection, but has indicated a condition number 1 in the report. And the second issue relates to the acoustic bund, in particular its formation in avoiding any noise, privacy issues, traffic issues on its formation and prevent it being a sort of ongoing problem. So the wording of the condition 2 is designed to ensure that the acoustic bund is largely completed, which is to a height of 3.5, with its finished height is at 4.5, before the foundations of the dwelling houses are commenced. And the phasing of this is agreed just to prevent it being, just left and being kept and being infilled in a slow process. Then condition 4 in the report, as detailed, then requires that area to be fenced off, so it retains a sort of agricultural use. The Roads Authority and both local and Transport Scotland have raised no objections subject to conditions, and so it's therefore recommended as set out in the report to approve the application as per the noted conditions.
Many thanks, Claire. Any questions for the case officer? Does not appear so. In which case, we are in session, members. Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think for me this is one of whether size is appropriate or not. I think first of all I'd have to say it's A74M rather as the A74 or the M74 that goes along the side. So we need to make sure that's proper. I think, but I do have a concern here, Chair, about putting 2 houses into this particular area. So therefore, I will ask as part of the process that I would suggest that perhaps a site visit would be appropriate in this particular application for members to get a better idea. This is obviously in my ward. I do have some serious concerns about having 2 houses on this particular area. But I would prefer to see people on the Planning Applications Committee to have that opportunity as well. So I would propose a site visit as part of the process, Chair.
Thanks for that, Archie. Do you have a seconder for that proposal? Doesn't look like it.
Chair, I'll second Archie.
Sorry, who was speaking? Oh, Andrew Giusti.
Yeah, I'll second Archie, Chair.
Okay, is there an alternative view? In that case, discussion stopped, and we will have a site visit. Oh, Jane Maitland. Jane.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I propose that we do not go on a site visit.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that? John Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'll second Councillor Maitland.
Okay, in that case, Tracy, can you take us to the vote, please?
Thanks, Chair. I have a motion proposed by Councillor Driver, seconded by Councillor Giusti, to defer the application for a site visit to be arranged, and an amendment from Councillor Maitland, seconded by John Campbell, to determine the application today without a site visit. Chairman.
Motion.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Crothers. Councillor Ian Crothers. I'll come back to Ian. Councillor Driver.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Fairbairn. Councillor Fairbairn. Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Lever.
Motion.
Councillor McGregor.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Tate.
Motion.
Councillor Young.
Amendment.
I'll try. Councillor Ian Crothers.
Sorry, Chair, motion.
Motion, Ian, thanks. And Councillor Jig Fairbairn. Okay, I'll continue and note Councillor Fairbairn's not present. So the motion is carried, 7 votes to 6. The application has been deferred for a site visit to be arranged.
Thank you, members. That will be arranged in due course.
Can I be clear what we're looking at?
The size and scale of the application site in relation to that proposed development. I think that's what Councillor Driver's main concern was. He may well want to add other considerations in advance of the site visit.
That's correct, Chair. It's the size and scale of the development on the site. It's 2 houses as opposed to 1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. We move on then to agenda item 13. Plan application for a zero waste park to include the erection of store effluent tank building, bio-waste reception building, recyclates store building, secondary treatment facility building, shop and workshop building incorporating roof-mounted photovoltaic panels, and 2 site offices, recycling, composting, inert waste screening and storage areas, associated car parking, landscape and fencing, formation of suds ponds and formation of service tunnel connected to Scott Gen plant and existing pumping station, amended design and layout of that previously approved under 12/P/3/3. Oh, sorry, I'll try all that again. 12/P/3/0 0395 and 17/0479 full to now include RCV parking area and amendment to boundary and link with Ecodeco. At land to east of Ecodeco plant, which is in Shanks, and west of Dargavel Stores, Lockerbie Road, Dumfries. This is a full application, reference number 20/0351/full. Recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and case officer again is Claire Eckstein. Claire, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. The application is referred to committee because obviously it's by the council, and it's a major application. So just to go through the slides here, the application is for further changes to the zero waste park since it was originally approved in 2012. The main change has resulted largely due to the change of ownership of the Ecodeco plant, which basically allows for a sort of internal link road to be created and the boundary to be amended, and changes actually to the waste management systems, which has led to changes to the buildings themselves. This shows the site, which lies to the south of the A709. We've got the Ecodeco plant, and then beyond that we've got the existing household waste recycling centre, which will be closed as part of this proposal, as everything moved to the zero waste park. Because of the change in the ownership of the Ecodeco, this now means that the existing road access of the A701 to the household waste recycling plant will now be completely closed off. Next. This just shows an aerial photograph of the site and the surrounding area, highlighting the ScotGen waste energy plant, Dargavel Stores, and the old Lochamoss landfill site. Next. This is just a block plan which shows the revised layout to the zero waste park. The details of the various buildings are noted in Table 1 of the report, which is just before paragraph 1.9. So we now have, go to the next one. So we now have the refuse collection vehicle stabling building. Next, we have an office welfare building. Next, we have a workshop building. And then we have what they call a bulkies building, and next a dry recyclates building. Next. So this is from the east of the site, looking along the site frontage along the A709. Next. And then this is again from the east, looking towards the Ecodeco Shanks, the former Shanks plant, which is the grey building in the centre. And then this is the site entrance off the A709, showing the existing turning lane. Next. And then this is looking west again along the A709. Next. And then this is the boundary fence along the landscape bund associated with the Ecodeco. This will be removed, given now the internal link that's available. And this is the main, these photographs, sorry, I apologise, they are older ones because obviously access to the site has been restricted. So these are my old ones from 2017. So this is the main site entrance, showing the weighbridge and kiosks which have already been built. And this is within the site looking towards the Dargavel Stores. And this is within the site, the centre of the south boundary, this is looking towards the ScotGen building, which is the one with the big chimney. And then this is panning left, looking towards the Dargavel Stores and ScotGen. And then this is panning left again, which looks at the blue building, which will be within the site, which is to be retained. And then it's panning left towards A709 and the Deco plant, and showing some of the internal roads construction that's already in place. And then this is panning left, looking towards the Deco. Next. And then this is left again. This looks towards a former landfill site, towards the existing suds feature, which is on the left. And then it's panning left, looking southwards. And again, this is within the site, looking at the existing sud feature on the southeast corner. And then within the site, this is the existing suds feature in the southeast corner. And again, looking at the existing suds, which had already been formed. And this is looking from the suds across the site towards Dargavel stores. So looking at that picture, the bulkies and the recyclate building will be to the right-hand side, to the right-hand of that, and then in the centre will be the sort of main parking for the refuse, the main parking area in the centre of the site, and then to the left would be where the new workshop refuse collection vehicle thing is proposed. So this is where this is looking back towards the northeast corner, looking towards the Deco, and this fence and bund will be removed to make way for the new refuse vehicle stabling. And then this is panning left from the previous photograph, so there will be a new internal link created through to Deco. And this is panning left, looking along that boundary fence with the Deco with the bund feature to the A709. And this will be where the refuse collection vehicle building will be put. And that's panning right, just giving a view across the site. So this is the entrance to the A709 for the Household Waste Recycling Centre and Deco. And with the changes in the ownership of the Deco, this entrance will now be formally closed completely, which is probably a benefit of this proposal. Which means that traffic won't be taking stuff from the Deco to the zero waste park. It will be now all internally within the site itself. So next. Yeah. So as outlined in the report, the principle of the zero waste park has been established with the previous planning permissions, and you'll note in the new local development plan too, it now identifies this area as a proposed waste, part of the proposed waste management strategy. The proposed changes now allow for the existing Household Waste Recycling Centre and Deco to be closed and an internal link, so therefore removing the traffic from the A709. The building's designs are considered acceptable for the location, and subject to the conditions noted, the proposal is recommended for approval.
Thank you very much, Claire. Any questions for our case officer? No. In that case, are we happy to approve the recommendations as set out in our papers? Councillor Bribera?
Yeah, I would agree with that, Chair. It fits in well with the waste strategy that we're moving forward with, and it also fits in well with the climate emergency motion.
Super, thanks very much, Archie. So, I take it that's a unanimous decision. Can you just confirm the decision of the committee, Tracy, please?
Yes, Chair, members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Super. We move on to agenda item 14, a consultation regarding an application made under section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for the proposed erection of 42 wind turbines, maximum height 200 metres to blade tip, and 2 wind turbines, maximum height 149 metres to blade tip. Access tracks, temporary construction compound, borrow pits, anemometer mast, maximum height 125 metres, substation, control room buildings and compound, storage facility compound and associated works at proposed Sanker 2 wind farm site between Black Hill and Blacklog Hill, next to the Upper Yochen Glen, southwest of Sanker and the Upper Scar Valley between Courts Hill and Black Craig Hill, northwest of Pen Punt. It's a Section 36 consultation, reference number 19/0490/S36. The recommendation is to raise objections, and case officer is Andrew Robinson. And although I don't need to remind you again, please note that voluntary financial contributions are not a material consideration in this application. So, Andrew, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Can you take us through your presentation, please?
I can, thanks, Chair. Just moving on to the next slide, please. The location, the site covers some 2,728 hectares, stretching from in the northeastern part of the site from Kellerholm, stretching to southwesterly to Blacklog Hill on the boundary with East Ayrshire, and then easterly through an area of commercial forestry, and southeasterly to Black Craig Hill, which is sort of in the upper Scarwater Valley, northwest of Pen Punt. Next slide, please. The site layout, I've split this over 3 slides. So this is the first part of the site layout, and it shows the access track, which is an existing access track which actually serves Sanker wind farm. So it would lead up to the site to turbines 49 and 50, and then through what is Sanker wind farm, and then from Well Hill, where the rest of the turbines would begin. So moving on to the next slide, we have the line of the development stretching southwesterly over McEuchen Rig, where up to about turbine 4 and 5 already has a consented wind farm, albeit at a smaller scale for this, for 6 turbines. So the development then gets to Blacklog Hill on the boundary with East Ayrshire, and then it moves easterly between 2 areas of commercial forestry. Moving on to the next slide, and over into the upper Scarwater Valley and over a plateau of upland moorland landscape around Black Craig Hill. Moving on to the next slide. So this is the site layout with a satellite image imposed on it, so you can see the landforms. Effectively, you can see where the turbines would be located in the upland landscape and the areas of commercial forestry as well. Moving on to the next slide. The proposal includes 42 200-metre turbines, as illustrated on this slide. Moving on to the next slide, there are 2 149-metre turbines, which were the 2 turbines just before, just to the northeast of Sanker wind farm. Moving on to the next slide. The site itself covers 2 landscape character types and is also located in close proximity to other landscape character types as well that you can see. So in particular, the Shingle and Scar units of the Upland Glens, which is number 10, the Ken unit, which of the Narrow Wooded Valley, which is number 4, and of course the Upper Nithsdale unit of the Upper Nithsdale, which is number 9, effectively where Sanker and Connell is. The summary of assessment of these landscape character types is in paragraph 4.38 to 4.57 of the committee report. Moving on to the next slide. Landscape policy designation. So the site, the main one that you can see is the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area, which is number 8. So you just covers the southeastern part of the site. The transition zone of the Dark Sky Park is the green hashed line, and then there's some other designations as well nearby, including the Drumlanrig Castle Inventory Design Landscape and some of the conservation areas as well. Moving on to the next slide. The landscape context of the site is effectively upland moorland, as you can see here, with various watercourses through the site. there's commercial forestry surrounding the site, and also there are core paths through the site, including the Southern Upland Way. And there's also a number of properties as well, which are highlighted in blue, some of which are within the control of the applicant and some are financially involved. And moving on to the next slide. So this is the cumulative pattern of wind energy development. This is following on really from paragraph 1.21 of the PAC report, which was correct at the time of writing the report. So all of the green triangles represent operational and consented schemes, and the orange represent the undetermined planning schemes in at the moment. Appreciate there's quite a lot of information on there, so it is just for reference to go back to if need be. Next slide, please. So moving to the visuals, this is from viewpoint 2, which is to the northeast of Sanka. The bottom of the slide shows the wire line, which is the proposed wind farm in red. You can see the photo montage in the middle, which has got some of the other operational schemes, including Whiteside Hill and Sanka, and then at the top is showing the cumulative schemes as well. So next slide. Because of the height of the turbines being over 150 metres, 42 of the turbines would require aviation lighting to them, which would include one light on the nacelle of the turbine, which is effectively around the hub, and 2 on each tower. So this is taken from the same viewpoint, and the bottom shows a photo montage of likely impacts at night. Moving on to the next slide. And this is now from, there's quite a few elevated viewpoints in the EIA, but I've chosen this one. This is because it's mainly quite a popular viewpoint for wind farms. So this is from Lowther Hill, looking down. You can see on the bottom the extent of the wind farm and the photo montage. Next slide, please. And then the cumulative from this viewpoint. And the next slide. And this is on the A76 at Mennock. So on the bottom, the wire line with the photo montage and the cumulative picture on top. And moving on to the next slide, which this one shows a nighttime visual from this viewpoint as well. So the bottom photo shows where the turbines would be lit. The next slide. So this is taken on, the next one's taken from the Southern Upland Way at Winghead. So I've just included a slide showing you where this is. So moving on to the next slide, this shows the development wire line on the bottom, photo montage. So that's looking southwest. If we go to the next slide, that obviously is looking west. And then the next slide is to the northwest. And if we go to the next slide, it will show the same, but the cumulative picture as well. In the northwestern view, you can see where there's Whiteside Hill and Sanka, which are operational wind farms. Moving on to the next slide. This viewpoint is taken from Colt Hill, which is very close to the Southern Upland Way. It's actually one of the viewpoints that has a striding arch on the top of it, so it is a viewpoint that is accessible. And moving on to the next slide, this is looking north, where you can see the wind farm. There is a approved log wind farm sits in Bowl to the left of where the proposed wind farm is, but you'll see that in the next few slides. So moving on to the next slide, that's looking northeast. And then looking onto the next slide, that is looking east. And move into the next slide. That's the cumulative situation added to that viewpoint. Next slide, please. This is from the Kensmore of Carsfen, another common viewpoint for wind farm development. So if you just move to the next slide. This is looking northeast, somewhat unfortunate that it's taken from behind the cairn, but you can just see the proposed wind farm to the right of the photograph. And moving on to the next slide, this is panning round, and you can see the extent of the wind farm in this viewpoint. Moving on to the next slide, and this is the cumulative situation from the Kensmore of Carsfen. Okay, the next slide. The Croik multiverse is, as you can see on there, is just to the north of Sanker, so it's on a slightly more elevated land than the A76. So moving on to the next slide, you can see the wind farm from this attraction. And moving on to the next slide, it will add the cumulative situation to that. And the next slide. This is Kenkinner Hill, which is actually within the regional scenic area. It's quite a prominent landmark hill within the regional scenic area. So moving on to the next slide, this would be the view looking west, and then to the next slide is looking northwest. And to the next slide, that's adding the cumulative picture to that. Okay, the next slide. Okay, we requested some wirelines showing more of the sequential effects of the Southern Upland Way on this particular scheme, and we can show these now. So these are the wirelines that I'm going to show. So the next slide will show this taken from Ben Brack, which is a striding arch. There's no photo montages from these viewpoints; they're just wirelines. So this is looking north. So you can see they've all got the cumulative schemes on these slides. So you can see the scheme in red is the proposed scheme, just to reiterate that. The blue scheme in the foreground is Lorg Wind Farm, which is consented. If we move to the next slide. Again, this is where the Southern Upland Way goes past Lorg Wind Farm. Onto the next slide. And yeah, you can see the scheme in the background there. So moving on to the next slide. This is from the Southern Way coming towards the site from Sanker, so that where Wing Head is annotated, that was one of the views I showed before. So moving on to the next slide, this is heading down the valley towards the Scarwater Valley, so you can see the scheme looking south and northwest. Next slide, please. And this is looking northwest and southwest. Next slide, please. And looking southeast, this is from, just a second, I've just lost my slide. Yeah, so this is looking from Polgow southeast. So this property, this is from a property and also from the road as well. This property has become within the control of the applicant throughout the application. And moving on to the next slide, this is Dalgona, which is a property just along from the previous one. Again, this has been taken within the control of the applicant throughout the application. So looking northwest and southwest. The next slide, please. And northeast and southeast. The Shinelwater Valley, the impacts on the Shinelwater and the Scarwater Valley are in paragraphs 4.50 to 4.52 of the report, with an assessment in paragraphs 4.72, 4.79 and 4.82. So the impacts are shown in these next few slides. So moving to the next slide, in the Shinelwater Valley, you can see from Craig and Coombe, that's at a slight distance from the site. And then moving closer, it's on the bottom slide, which is between Shinelhead and Appin Lodge. And this slide here actually shows a Y-line and photo montage from here. Moving into the Scarwater Valley, which is shown here. The top Y-line is from Hellscar, so moving on to the next slide. Yeah, you can see the Y-line on the top there, and what's a landscape which is sort of characterised by smooth dome-shaped hills. The bottom wire line is from Glenmarna, and then moving on to the next wire line shows a left view from Broadknow and a right view. And moving on to the next slide, in the report it recognises impacts from two properties. So I just finally want to show you that on these next few couple of slides. So looking west and north from Polskeok, and the next slide shows this looking southeast, which would also have a cumulative view with Lorg Wind Farm as well. And looking at the next slide, this shows a Y-line and a photo montage So a closer look at that is on the next slide. So that's the left part of that previous photograph with the photo montage above, and the next slide shows the wire line and the photo montage. And the final property on the next slide is Shinnell Head, showing a northwest to northeast where the view of the wind farm would be visible from this property. So on to the next slide. In conclusion, officers consider, whilst recognising the potential socio-economic and renewable energy benefits, that the proposal, by virtue of its location, siting, extent, scale of turbines and overall inappropriate design, would appear as a visually dominant and incongruous development which would result in unacceptable visual effects in itself and in combination with other approved or built wind farms, and also significant direct and indirect landscape impacts on the host and adjoining landscape units. It's considered that the landscape would not be able to accommodate this proposed scale of the development and goes against much of the guidance in the landscape capacity study, noting the content of paragraphs 4.38 to 4.57 of the committee report. The developments considered to be at odds to the established wind farm pattern would compromise the special qualities of the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area, it would require permanent aviation lighting, which would detract from the inherently dark landscape character and would result in an overwhelming and overly dominant development that would adversely affect the amenity of two dwellings. As such, it is recommended that the Council raises a formal objection to the proposal in its current form and notifies Scottish ministers as such. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions for the case officer? John Young.
Thanks, Andrew. That's very interesting. Just for my own personal knowledge, is 200-metre turbines the tallest turbines this committee's been asked to consider?
I would say it's definitely pushing it. We had Lethans Wind Farm, which is not in our council area. It's on the border up in Nithsdale in East Ayrshire, and the latest proposal on that one has been over to, I think it's 220 metres have been approved in that particular location now, but that's in East Ayrshire. So that's the closest I can think of, but I don't think we've certainly not had a scheme to my knowledge of this scale at 200 metres. We've had schemes pushing 200 metres, but probably not quite, particularly at this scale.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, John. Andy Ferguson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Is the landscape architect available?
Not usually. Is the landscape architect available?
Sorry, Chair. No, she's not, and she's also on leave at the moment.
The answer is no, she's on annual leave at the moment anyway, Andy.
That's unfortunate, Jim, because the questions, the only objection from everybody is the landscape architect. So how can we reasonably ask questions for clarity without that expert being in the room?
As I understand it, there might be objections for other parties because we're not considering this. This is only the Council's perspective, and it's we're statutory consultees. I'll ask David to answer that, and then we'll come back at the end of the discussion about the landscape architect, because the only option to us will either be to determine it today or defer it until such times as the landscape architect makes herself available. However, there's a significant piece of work there for members. I'm sure we've all read them. David?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, landscape architect is an important internal consultee, but the recommendation is that of planning officers, and Andrew's case officer is a very knowledgeable and experienced case officer when it comes to wind farms, so I'm sure Andrew would be able to answer any queries. If there's anything which is absolutely fundamental that only Janet Swales, as our landscape architect, can answer, and members feel uncomfortable making a decision in the absence of her being here, then we would have no option but to defer.
Okay, we'll refer your question, Andy, to Andrew and see what were the questions you're going to ask, Andy?
Where do you start, Jim? Well, for a start here, we're asked to make a decision based on what might come. That's part of it. It's all the way through this. It's not just the wind farms that are actually there just now, and the cumulative. I can understand that cumulative impact, but I can't understand the cumulative impact of what might come, because there people have indicated that they might be putting an application in. So, because my training for this was that we deal with what's in front of us, right? Not what might come from somewhere else.
I understand that the landscape architect's view is in this existing application, or the application before us, but maybe Andrew can help you with that. Andrew?
There's two things to consider in the scheme. There's the scheme in itself as a standalone scheme, which I think the report provides an assessment of. And in terms of the cumulative impacts, there's obviously consented schemes as well, which are ahead of this particular proposal in the cumulative situation. Most of the schemes that are referred to in the cumulative, which are in planning, are actually ahead of this scheme in the pecking order, if you want to call it that. I think that's summarised in paragraph 1.21. You've got application stage. So yeah, paragraph 1.21 has got the operational wind farms. It's got the consented but not yet implemented schemes. There's the at application stage, but presently undetermined, but which were subject prior to this application. And all three of those schemes, the council has already made its position known on those. And the other two are Corn Harrow and Fell Wind Farm, which, while submitted after this application, are actually a little bit further ahead because they're presently an appeal against non-determination. So, but effectively, I still think that there's enough information there to that's assessed the cumulative impacts of this scheme, with those that are at application stage that are ahead, and also those that have been consented.
Can I come back in, Jim?
Absolutely.
Thanks. Andy, I cast no aspersions whatsoever in your ability here, but a lot of this is based on the landscape architect. We don't know who it is, never seen her. I believe it's a woman, haven't seen, and I don't think it's fair, actually, that you're having to then speak on her behalf for some of the questions. I don't know if I'll get a seconder, but I'm kind of minded to say, without her being in the room and being able to answer questions from members, it's unsafe for us to actually make any decision.
I'll see what other members have to say, but I would have to say to you, we have determined countless applications where the landscape architect has commented, made objections. We've never summoned that person to the committee before. As David Sutty said, we've relied on the expertise of the planning officer in interpreting what the landscape architect says. However, I will come back to you. I've got Councillor Maitland.
Not sure whether I should feel slightly nettled on behalf of my gender. Because it sounds like a woman. Well, yes, it is. Chairman.
With respect, I didn't say it sounds like a woman. I said I believe it's a woman.
Yeah. You believe it's a woman? Well, I don't think it matters very much, does it? It's an officer. Chairman, could I possibly ask a question with respect to an item on 416, page 171? I'm not absolutely certain what is meant by deemed planning permission in this particular respect. I wonder if I could possibly have a little bit of explanation about being asked at that point.
Andrew?
Yes, this is a Section 36 application. So if a Section 36 scheme gains consent, it will have a Section 36 consent, but also alongside that, it's approved with what's known as a deemed planning permission under Section 57 of the Act. So it does get a deemed planning permission alongside the Section 36 consent, and it's that actually contains the planning conditions. So the Section 36 consent will have generally it'll have about 4 or 5 conditions which are part of that consent, but the deemed planning permission will contain conditions that would then be for the planning authority to enforce. So it is given a planning permission at the same time as a Section 36 consent, if that makes sense.
Chairman, it does. So that is absolutely standard stuff. So we'd be expecting to see a standard set of conditions, whatever happens.
That would be right, I think, Andrew.
Yes. If we were to raise no objections to this scheme, we would send a list of conditions to the Energy Consents Unit for them to consider putting on any consent, along with any other conditions that they see fit that have been raised by other consultees in the process.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Any other members? Okay, so we have a... Oh, I've got some hand up now. I can't see who it is, though.
It's mine, Chair.
Oh, Andrew, right, go ahead.
It was just to share a bit of sympathy with Councillor Ferguson. We haven't had the landscape. I don't think we've had a landscape architect up in front of the committee giving us their side of the story. When we've had roads officers, we've had the council architect in front of us, but we've never met the landscape architect. So I do have a bit of sympathy with Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, so Councillor Ferguson has proposed that we defer this meeting until the council architect is able to attend, would presumably the next available meeting date. That's been seconded. I presume with Mr. Giusti or Councillor Giusti, given that he's spoken in favour of it. Is there any other? Are there any other views? I don't know whether you want to come back, Jane Maitland, or whether that's just in the last time. But it looks like there's no other views. So, Jane.
Excuse me, Chairman. Yeah, absolutely. There are other views. There's my view for one. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but I think in order for Councillor Ferguson to ask us to put this off, and for all the attendant difficulties and ongoing uncertainties for the developers, I think probably we should have the questions in front of us. If there is an issue and a question that cannot be answered today, then by all means, let's defer it. But if there isn't a question, can I respectfully suggest that actually just not having somebody here is really not relevant?
I wouldn't want to get into a long-term debate about this, but Councillor Ferguson is not satisfied with the response that Andrew gave, and he feels he wants to ask specific questions of the landscape architect. If that's the case, not doing that would be denying Councillor Ferguson an opportunity to clarify matters prior to making a determination. I have no issue if other members want to progress today, but there will have to be a proposal and a seconder to that effect. But Councillor Ferguson claims he does not have the information in front of him to make a decision today. And that's a difficult one to overrule, I would argue. Jane?
Well, I think probably if we all sat around doing that, we could probably pause anything, in the future. We simply said we didn't have one person in front of us because we wanted to ask that particular person the question, which actually could be answered by somebody else in the room. So I would suggest that we go ahead today and do not defer.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that? Jim McComb.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I have never seen a more compelling case for objecting to a wind farm proposal. Every slide Andrew showed us indicated the landscape being dominated by turbines. I'm happy to second Jane's proposal.
Okay, in that case, we go to the vote. Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Giusti want to defer. Councillor Maitland and Councillor McComb have enough information to determine today. Are you wanting to offer some governance advice, Tracy?
No, Chair, I've just got the vote here. The motion proposed by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Giusti, to defer consideration of this application until the landscape architect is available to assist members in determining the application. And the amendment proposed by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor McComb, to determine the application today. I'll proceed to the vote, Chairman.
Amendment.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Crothers. Councillor Dryborough.
I've declared an interest in this one.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Lever.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Tate.
Motion.
Councillor Young.
Motion.
I'll try Councillor Crothers. Okay, I'll proceed. Chairman, there is 5 votes for the motion, 5 for the amendment. Would you like to use your casting vote?
Yes, the amendment.
Amendment. The application will be determined today.
Okay, members, we have the case officer presentation before us, and we now proceed to determination. Are there any alternative views to the officer's recommendation? In that case, I now have Ronnie Tate and then Jane Maitland.
Sorry, Chair. Didn't put my hand up.
You didn't have your hand up?
Chair now.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Maitland?
My apologies. No, I thought I was just speaking for the amendment last time round. So no, I wasn't going to say anything.
Okay, thank you. So we have no proposal other than the officer's recommendation. So can you confirm the decision of this committee? It's a unanimous decision to go with the officer's recommendation and raise an objection. Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to raise objections to the application on the grounds as detailed in the report.
Thank you. We go on to agenda item number 15. An application for the continued extraction of sandstone for a further period of 20 years at Cove Quarry, Kirkpatrick Fleming. The application is a full application, reference number 20/002/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Chris McTeer. Chris, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. The application is in front of members today as it's major development under the hierarchy of development regulations and requires to be considered by the Council's Planning Applications Committee. The site in question relates to Cove Quarry, which is located on the west bank of the River Curtle, approximately 2 kilometres to the west of the village of Kirkpatrick Fleming. Next slide, sorry. The site is presently an active quarry and extends to some 5.4 hectares. On the site itself, there's been historical quarrying operations for a very, very long time, and the site was reopened in the mid-1990s. The the council granted planning permission in 1994 and 1995 to bring the quarry back into operation. Next slide. So I'll just quickly talk through some of the pictures there. This is the site entrance. As you can see, this has been formed for some time. Next. When the site isn't in use, the gates are locked and all the machinery is taken away. The current extraction operations take place on an intermittent basis, just as and when new material is required. Next slide. This is the site access track. Next. This is an area for storing sandstone blocks. As you can see to the right of the picture, there are some already in situ, but this is quite a large area that's used for block storage. Next. Again, further siting and storage areas as the ground levels fall away. Next slide. Okay, so this is part of the main quarry area. As you can see, it's currently underwater. You can see the extent of the workings on the far side of the picture there. Next slide. Again, this is just further down the track towards the bottom of the quarry, and you can see the existing tree belt to the right of the picture. These photographs that I've just shown you just now, they were taken by me this week. The photographs that are coming next were given to me by the agent. So can we take the next slide, please? So these photographs were when the quarry was during an operational phase and were taken approximately 3 years ago. So what you can see on the right-hand side, sorry, the left-hand side of the photograph there is one of the dewatering pumps, and you can see the machinery working on the quarry floor. Next. Again, this just gives you an indication of the scale of the quarry workings and the scale of the machinery that is being used for extraction. Next. Again, this is just looking down into the quarry. Next. Okay, so as I mentioned before, there was two extant permissions for this from 1994 and 1995 in November 2020. The extant permissions were based on a predicted demand over the lifetime of the quarry at the time, which was 25 years. However, because of general construction industry slowdowns, it's led to a lower demand than previously anticipated, and there's still a considerable amount of reserve in situ within the quarry. So the planning permission that we're looking at effectively rolls the two permissions into one, which is helpful in the future when it comes time to keep the permissions together and to restore the site. So the 20-year permission that is being sought is being developed over 4 phases. The first phase, as you can see here, is the sort of the kind of green colour located just to the right of what is the cross, although that's actually a sectional line. There are other sectional drawings as part of the application. So this covers years 1 to 2. Next slide. The work moves slightly further to the west. This is phase 1B, which covers years 3 to 9. Next. Phase 2 is back in the main body of the quarry, and that's years 10 to 14. And you can see to the north of that the extent of the restoration is ongoing, backfilling into the voids that have previously been created. And phase 3 covers the final years 15 to 20. Next slide. So that concludes the presentation. The report highlights the various issues that we looked at in terms of things like surface water, landscape and visual impacts, and restoration and aftercare. For the reasons outlined in the report, it's recommended that this application is approved subject to a new suite of conditions, which are on pages 216 to 219. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Andy's asking a question if we're quorate. I'm sure there were 10 votes there, so we should still be quorate. Are we quorate, Tracy? Pardon? We have 11 members, Andy. We are quorate. So, questions for the case officer, please. If there are none, are we content to go with officer's recommendation?
Agree with that, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. Archie, I think we've got to agree that as well. Archie?
Yep.
Excellent. I think that's all. We have a motion and a second. There is no dissenters. We'll have it as a unanimous agreement that the committee approves the application as set out in the papers. Can you just confirm that, Tracy, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions detailed within the report.
Super members, thank you very much for your involvement, your indulgence today. It's been a long, long day. I have no further business. Thank you very much. Bye.
Well done, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Archie.